So, I want to just introduce myself quickly. My name is David, and I'm 31 years old. I make a lot of night trips around Arizona where I live, because I work in one town and live in the other. I'm not going to say exactly which towns because I'm really not comfortable with my entire identity and life just being thrown out on the internet. But I've been hearing things that I can't quite explain. I don't believe in the whole Area 51 and UFO stuff, aliens, all that junk. But I will say that what I've been hearing at night is very strange, and just so happens to line up with other things that I've heard about this entire desert. At this point in time though, I can tell you I was heading south on the 89 in northern Arizona. This was late at night, and if you know anything about the climate or geography of the state, you know that a lot of it is vast, empty desert, and unfortunately, there's not a lot of other cars on the road at nighttime. I guess that might not be a bad thing for most people, but I enjoy the company of other vehicles on the road. It lets me know that I'm not entirely isolated and all alone. So anyway, this has been happening for the past 2 months. When I'm doing these late night drives, I want to say a little after midnight, I'm hearing this loud, what I can make out to be machine humming underneath the road. The first time I heard it, I thought my car was having a mechanical problem until I rolled down my window and listened even closer. There was a loud noise, or should I say a droning humming noise, coming from underneath the road. It was incredibly loud and had a very eerie sound to it. It didn't exactly sound like construction machinery, but it kind of droned, kind of like an air conditioner does, where it's just kind of a hum, but it's really loud white noise. That's the best way I can describe it, but it still sounded different. I don't know, I can't really quite put my finger on it, but the vibration, whatever it was, felt like it was on the other side of the road, if that makes any sense at all. Like if the road I was driving on was a single layer, and right against the other side was this loud humming, because I could feel the vibration from my car. I don't know what it was, but it kind of creeped me out. This lasted for a few miles, and when I thought I was going crazy, I rolled down my window just to make sure, and I stuck my head out. I could feel the cool breeze, and everything around me was pretty quiet, but this loud vibration humming underneath the road just wouldn't go away. Anyway, I don't know if that has anything to do with aliens or UFOs, but I've heard stories about underground alien military bases around here. I've always just thought that was a bunch of stories that people told. But now I'm hearing this on the road at nighttime, but only on certain times and certain hours and certain days. It's never continuous, there's no pattern, and it only seems to last for a few miles, and there's no specific spot that I go to that I hear it at. So I really don't know what it is. I've asked a few of my friends if they've ever heard it while driving along the 89, and nobody seems to know what I'm talking about. I'm pretty sure I'm not having hallucinations or hearing things, because, well, I'm a pretty mentally stable individual, and have always been. I have no history of mental illness, or none in my family, and I feel pretty sane for the most part. Like, I'm not seeing things that actually aren't there. I don't know. I can't really think of an explanation for what it is I'm hearing, and so I thought I would reach out to you, since you seem to be knowledgeable on all this kinds of stuff that happens that's weird. So this is kind of hard for me to talk about, but I guess it's best I finally get something that I would consider totally off the wall, off my chest. So this was back 2 years ago, when I was traveling with my girlfriend. We were just heading outside of Oklahoma at the time, heading back to our home state of California. We lived just outside of Sacramento with our dog, and so we were visiting some friends in New York State, and we decided to make a long road trip out of it. Anyway, I'll spare you the boring back details and just get right to what happened. So we're driving, it's nighttime out, and my girlfriend spots a really bright star, or what she thinks is a star in the sky. She nudges my shoulder and says, "Hey babe, look how bright that star is." And I look up from driving, and it was. It seemed like a star in the sky, but there's something off about it. It seemed unnaturally bright. And then that's when I mentioned that, are you sure that's a star? Maybe that's a plane. But it was sitting just stationary in the sky, just like a star would. And then my girlfriend gasps and points to the other area of the sky, off to the left, and she sees a large object, just like the star and just as bright, hurtling towards the other star, or what we can say were stars, but I guess in hindsight, they were probably just objects. I don't know. The whole thing even just feels weird to retell. Anyway, these two objects seem to collide and combine into one. My girlfriend and I start panicking and freaking out at each other. Did you see that? What the hell is that? What's going on? After the two what appeared to be stars combined into one, this object decided to come closer to us at incredible speeds. My girlfriend and I began screaming as this light comes closer and closer to the point where it fully envelops the entire car in the brightest light. The best way I can describe it is being consumed in total light and brightness. I mean, all around you, the only thing you can see is just white. In fact, the only thing I can think of that I could properly relay this to you is really only in the movies it's ever happened. Now, I can't pinpoint a specific movie or scene, but I'm sure if you've ever seen certain movies where it shows a supernatural realm or something of that nature, and everything is extremely bright and white, and the only thing you could see is basically light. That's the best way to describe it. From the time these objects merged to the time that it hit our car with this light was maybe only 3 to 5 seconds. It all happened so fast, only fast enough for my girlfriend and I to barely catch what happened and began screaming. When we were enveloped in the light, it's hard to say what happened next, because to be honest, I feel like her and I lost consciousness at the same time, or at least that's what I believe happened. My memory is extremely fuzzy and blurry after that. I remember being totally enveloped in the light, and then the next thing I know, her and I are waking up in my car, 207 miles north of where we were driving at that point last night. It was 1:57 in the afternoon the following day. What's eerie is her and I both regained consciousness at the same time. We're able to retell each other exactly what happened and recount the exact same events. After the light enveloped us, we both must have lost consciousness, and we were parked on the side of the road, 207 miles north, not even on the same road, but still in the same state of Oklahoma. At this point, we were virtually in the middle of nowhere, and had our phones not been somewhat charged, we would have no idea where we were or what happened. Just rethinking about these events and retelling them to you sends chills down my spine. Honestly, the entire experience left me and my girlfriend terrified. Like I said, it's really hard to talk about because it's just scary. I don't know what happened to that 12 plus hours my girlfriend and I lost. We have no idea. When we woke up, there were no signs of anything out of place or wrong. It was as if we just fast forward in the future by 14 or 15 hours. Everything was the same, except all of our clocks, the daylight, our phones. Everything showed us that it was about 2 p.m. in the afternoon. There was nobody else around us either, so it's not like we could ask anybody how we got there, or if anybody saw us pull in. My girlfriend and I really have no idea what happened in the meantime. Where did those 14 or 15 hours go? What happened to us? How did we get here? Well, since then, my girlfriend has told some people in her family about it, and I guess one of her family members is a huge big-time alien nerd, I guess you want to say, and he firmly believes that we were abducted and possibly experimented on. Now, personally, I don't believe that at all, but what happened to us, I don't know, and I can't explain how we lost 15 hours of time, or what that bright light was that enveloped us and took us away into the night. I guess when you think of traditional abductions, you think of being probed, you think of being cut open and experimented on. You think of waking up in a large white room, or on a metal table, and seeing tall gray figures surrounding you, looking at you, and you screaming horrifically. I guess that stuff is just in the movies, because we never experienced any of that. I even talked to my girlfriend, about if she remembers anything after she lost consciousness, or I guess fell asleep, and neither of us do. We didn't have any markings on us. Nothing was wrong with our clothes. Nothing was wrong with our car. Even our gas tank stayed the exact same, so we didn't drive to that spot. We were placed there. Everything remained untouched. So again, I don't have an answer, and I don't have an explanation. Rethinking about everything just freaks me out, because again, I have no way to really summarize what exactly happened to us. Was it an alien abduction? I don't think so. But all I can say is maybe it was some sort of supernatural event. But that still doesn't answer what we saw in the sky. Those two bright stars, or objects that looked like stars. I don't know. It was Halloween night. I was in 7th grade, getting ready to go trick-or-treating with my friends. We lived in a small town that bordered between suburban and rural, so our journey would consist of traveling across property, widespread neighborhoods in order to get our candy. I was at my friend's house, we'll call her Caitlin, waiting for the other two to show up. Since our group consisted of 2 boys and 2 girls, we thought it'd be fun to go as Scooby-Doo, or at least the Scooby-Doo gang, I should say. I was Velma, Caitlin was Daphne. My other friends, whom we'll call Alex and Josh, dressed as Shaggy and Fred. We even planned on bringing Josh's Great Dane with us so she could be Scooby. But his mom wasn't really cool with that. Looking back now, I understand. I wouldn't trust a bunch of 12-year-olds with the responsibility of handling a massive dog for hours upon hours either. Josh showed up at around 4:30. Alex arrived about 15 minutes after him. We were out the door a bit before 5. At what I guess was around 6:30, Alex stopped moving after we finished our most recent house. I asked him what was wrong, and he said he felt like we were too old to be doing this, and that it felt a bit lame. I asked if he had any better ideas. As it turned out, he did. Since we lived in the South, we had a legend of haunted woods nearby. Allegedly, they were filled with the ghosts of slaves who had been hung there. Before I could even make a decision on whether or not I wanted to go, my 2 other friends agreed. It was dark by now, and we started heading our way towards the woods. We began to stray further and further away from the light that the street lamps provided us, and I wasn't as scared of ghosts as much as I was paranoid about getting lost. We had brought a couple of flashlights with us, so we'd be able to see. But entering in an old area, tall trees all around, you can make a group of kids easily get confused on what direction they were really headed. We tread through the woods, not really finding anything significant. Josh decided to call out for the ghosts, and Caitlin, who was horribly superstitious, told him to stop, and that if the spirits were to talk to us, they needed to come on their own accord and not be disturbed. I was just getting bored, and part of me wanted to make an excuse that I was scared so we can go back to trick-or-treating. Then, in the distance, we heard the sounds of twigs breaking and leaves being crunched under somebody's feet. We followed the noises to check out what was going on. Well, as it turned out, it was just a doe, and she ran off as soon as she came into the line of sight. However, she led us to something much more interesting. In the distance, we could make out the shape of a large old abandoned house. It was in very bad shape, though, to the point where most of the roof had collapsed in on itself. Alex mentioned how it must have been a plantation at one point in time, and if that was the case, we were probably in the most haunted area the woods could offer. So, in response, Josh called out for the spirits again. We heard what sounded like a brick being dropped onto the ground. It was only then did I start to get scared. Josh seemed excited and began to move closer to the house. We followed, with great hesitance on my part. We shone our flashlights into the house, but nothing was to be seen. Josh called out once more, asking if the spirit was a slave. That's when we heard a deep, low, grumbling growl. Caitlin began to panic at this point, saying there was a demon here and that we needed to get out as soon as possible. Before we knew it, we saw a pair of 2 glowing red eyes appear from the dark. We all began to book, screaming as we made our way back into the woods. I don't want to be alone, so I just followed Alex wherever he was going. I had no idea where Josh and Caitlin were. I heard Caitlin screaming in the distance, so I called out for her, but she didn't respond, just continued to scream. I then looked around, realizing I had lost track of Alex. I didn't have either flashlight, so I couldn't make out anything but trees around me. I then heard footsteps running my way, and I was about to take off before I realized it was just Caitlin. She was full on bawling and said we had to go. Some feet away, I can make out the red glowing eyes once again. We sprinted, and I trailed behind her, taking a moment to look back, just to see what the thing looked like. I didn't know what I expected, but it didn't look ghostly at all. In fact, the closest thing I could narrow it down to was a werewolf, as it had a vaguely human shape and was standing up on its 2 legs. But its overall appearance was that of a dog's. It was huge, at least 3 times the size of Josh's Great Dane. I know that sounds preposterous, but I promise, this thing was massive. Part of me wondered if this was just some elaborate costume or prank, but I know this thing looked far too real for that to be the case. The texture of its fur, the faint supernatural glow of its eyes, and the way its body moved when it breathed, all seemed too evident toward its authenticity. This was a living, wild beast. It began to walk towards us, and I continued to sprint, changing directions, hoping to lose this thing. It worked, but I had no idea where Caitlin went. I hid behind a tree, trying my best to quiet my gasps for air. Through the moonlight that made its way through the trees along with the glowing of the animal's eyes, I could spot it stopping in its tracks before going down onto all 4s, seemingly trying to sniff out an area for who could be nearby. It moved its head in my direction, and I swore for a moment that we met eyes. I ducked back behind the tree as best I could. I heard this dog shuffle around and let out another low growl, seemingly knowing I was there. I wanted to cry, but I was too scared of making any more noise. Then, I heard the sound of an engine roar nearby, and it wasn't long before a car with bright lights came zooming past the trees. It was enough to startle the dog creature and make it run back in the direction it came, or so I thought. Knowing I was near the road, I went past the trees and onto the pavement, waving my hands around to try and get the attention of whatever upcoming drivers I could. I heard a quiet, "There's Maggie," come from the distance, and Josh and Alex approached me, asking where Caitlin was. I answered that she was just with me, but I couldn't find her. We heard more twigs snapping and a screech come from the woods, so loud that it echoed into the entire sky. It was followed by Caitlin's scream. Alex flagged down the next car, and we called for Caitlin as we climbed in, keeping the doors open so she could hear us. Her screams got closer and closer until she finally appeared from the woods and leapt into the car, atop of me and Josh. We slammed in the car and slammed the door shut and demanded the driver to go. This dog creature, I don't even know what you'd call it, leapt out of the woods, standing in plain sight, fully exposed by the car's brake lights. It was even more terrifying now, having a clear view of it and being up close. We all turned around and saw this thing's ferocity on its face. We all screamed and the driver took off. This creature got back down on all 4s and began chasing after us, the driver hitting the accelerator so hard that the entire car was vibrating. Eventually, though, it was speedy enough to make it far away from that dog thing, and I watched out the back window as the figure disappeared back into the darkness, the only sight being its glowing red eyes growing smaller and smaller. Now, I don't know if this thing purposefully stopped following us, because I felt like it was large enough and powerful that it easily could have kept up with our car if it really wanted to. The driver asked us what the hell just happened, and we replied that we didn't know. He said that as soon as we got to his house, he was going to phone the police. Upon arriving, we waited on the couch, not knowing what to do. We didn't talk about it at all. In fact, none of us wanted to. While waiting for the police to arrive, the driver let us take turns calling our parents and letting them know what happened. None of us tried to give too many details. For the most part, our parents were angry that we wandered off from our destination. My folks told me that I'd be getting a stern talk once I got home, which I knew was just code word for being grounded. The police arrived, we made our statements, and not much happened after that, except our parents coming to pick us up. Like I predicted, I was grounded, but my parents were mostly just glad that I was safe. Some years after the event, Caitlin and I were discussing that night. We decided to go back to the woods after school, while it was still light out, just to see if it was still there. I think by this point, we'd rationalized that it was just a guy pulling a prank, considering I heard nothing new come about after speaking to the police. Caitlin and I weren't friends with Josh and Alex anymore. It wasn't anything too serious. It was just that we naturally drifted apart over time. They had their group of guy friends and were doing their own thing now. So, it was just me and her. Since we were old enough to drive at this point, we took ourselves there, stepping out of the car and quietly walking in the woods. We had cell phones, unlike last time, although the service wasn't that great out where we were. Caitlin also had brought her bear spray that she stole from her stepdad. We went back to the place where the plantation house was, and it was in far worse shape than I remembered. In one of the areas where the wall collapsed in on itself, we took a look inside. There wasn't much to see, until I noticed a series of massive paw prints indented into dried mud. Caitlin and I took one look at each other, and although we didn't say anything, we made a mutual agreement. These paw prints were easily double the size of Josh's Great Dane. How do I remember that? Because sometimes he would walk his Great Dane with us when we'd hang out, and I was always amazed by the size of his dog's paw prints and how large they were. These were easily double that size. They were huge. Even though it was daytime, at this point, we didn't trust that we wouldn't stumble upon something that we shouldn't. So, we walked away from the site, went back through where we came from, and drove off. I've since moved pretty far away from there, but last I heard, that whole house was properly torn down a couple of years after I graduated high school. I find it almost funny, reflecting back on it now, because the only reason we'd ever gone into those woods in the first place was to find spirits that lurked the plantation. Little did we know, we'd stumble across something far, far worse. I don't believe in werewolves, but I can't deny that this creature didn't resemble that. Straight out of something that you'd expect to see out of a movie. Now, I can't really tell a lot of people about this because they won't believe me, and will write it off as just a ghost story, or some sort of scary story. But I and my friends will always live with this true encounter of some sort of creature that we witnessed. When I was a young child, I used to go stay with my aunt every day after school. She, my aunt, lives in a beautiful farmhouse far on the outskirts of my town. She grew up in the blatant countryside and is a true woman of the land. She tends to chickens, ducks. She even has a few cows here and there, though they're just now dairy cows now. She gathers her own water from the rain and is the prime example of a self-sufficient lady, or what others refer to as a prepper. On one occasion, however, as a child, I must have been around 8 or 9, I encountered something terrible and deadly at her house. It was in the garden. The garden is large and has a whole array of flowers. The smells are intoxicating and are enough to make anybody fall for the allure of these flowers. It's in this place that the experience happened. It was springtime, so there was just an ethereal beauty surrounding the entire place. My aunt took really good care of her garden, and it looked beautiful. I was a boisterous 9-year-old boy, so I would spend much of my day kicking balls and running through the garden with my younger siblings. I know this experience might sound crazy, and I'm a very logical person. I came across your channel because I just spent evenings scrolling through YouTube, watching funny videos, and I thought, man, I wonder if this person would be interested at all in what happened to me as a kid. So I was saying, I was around 8 or 9. Well, my aunt had a bunch of chickens out back and wanted me to bring one in so she could slaughter it for dinner. I know, not very animal friendly or vegan, but I can't sugarcoat the story. I remember exactly what I was wearing. A little red t-shirt, yellow shorts, and blue boots. It was a little rainy too, so I had on a yellow raincoat. Before I grabbed the chicken, my aunt wanted me to feed the ducks too in her pond. The pond was near the bottom of the garden and was somewhere that I loved to go sit and be still. At that time, my father was a pretty bad alcoholic and would often come home and trash the house, screaming at my mom and starting fistfights in front of me, throwing furniture, and nearly choking her out. It was extremely traumatic and very toxic, for me as a kid especially, and so that's why I spent a lot of my time at my aunt's. I felt that it was a safe place for me, and the place I felt most still and serene was around her pond, watching the little ducks move quickly around the pond. On this day, however, I did not feel peaceful. As I stood there, throwing in little pieces of squished up bread, a great cloud enveloped the sky, and it looked like it was going to start pouring soon. I panicked a little, as my aunt's house is only about 100 yards from the pond, and I knew if I got wet, she would be mad. I continued standing there, looking at the ducks, and noticed something very strange and ominous. In the corner of the pond, there was a little splash of blood, as if one of the ducks had been bleeding. I looked in the pond to see if I could see any more, but no, I didn't. At that moment, I noticed in the corner of the pond, one of the ducks, which were beautiful, delicate, had spots of blood all over its coat. It made me feel sick to my stomach, and I wondered what had happened. Had it been injured? Had someone did this? What was going on? My mind raced for an explanation, but I just continued staring. I attempted to reach out and stroke the duck that had a little blood on its coat, but it swam away, as if nervous of my touch. I tried to whisper out to it, "Baby sounds, it's okay, little guy," I cooed. I decided I should probably go in and alert my aunt, and as I stood up, I threw in the remaining bread. I hoped if at least the ducks get some nourishment, nothing bad could happen. Just as I got up, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up and seemed to expand into huge spikes. My hand is even shaky now as I recall this memory. Before me, at the side of the pond, on my aunt's flowers, was a large reptile, at least 15 feet long, a massive thing. It had green scaly skin and large spiky feet, which also seemed to have fangs. It was absolutely bewildering and horrific to look at. I attempted to shout, but no words could leave my mouth. I was awestruck by the terrible creature before me. It looked vicious and monstrous, and I knew instantly it was responsible for the blood residue in the pond on the ducks. What was this beast? I thought. Did my aunt know about this? Surely not. She would never keep such a creature. The creature turned to me and stared at me with red slits for eyes, which glared a menacing look, as if it could bolt its tongue out and eat me there and then. I screamed at the top of my lungs and ran back to my aunt. I didn't turn my head until I got in, and the creature was gone. I can only assume that it slithered back to the swamp behind my aunt's pond. She felt my head and could feel the streams of cold sweat running down my brow. She knew I was not lying. It was the weirdest thing, and that night, she'd made me some hot tea and allowed me to sleep with her. Later that year, my aunt died of a sudden heart attack. She was distraught at the time because most of her farm animals were getting sick and dying, or just disappearing altogether, which was odd. Environmental health officers and veterinarians said it was the pollution in the air, but I felt this creature had a part to play in it. Whatever this was, it was monstrous. It didn't look like an alligator, but more like a mutated giant lizard. But I don't know, it's hard for me to describe because I've never seen such a weird-looking creature. It was there one moment, and then after I ran away, it was gone. I almost wonder if it was planning on sneaking up on me and devouring me whole, because it was right in a spot that had I not turned to look at it, I would have never seen it, and it could have came right up on me. Anyway, my aunt later on that year had a heart attack like I said, but it was again because I think she was just going through so much stress of losing a lot of her livestock and her prized cows, which were disappearing, somehow, and they couldn't find them anywhere, no traces of their body. So again, I don't really know how to summarize it all, but I just know that I'm not crazy, and this did happen to me. I know what I saw, and it was real. When I was at college in the early 2000s, I spent a lot of my time partying. I'm 39 now, married with 2 kids, and immensely happy with my life. I know I drank too much back then. Hey, I may have even smoked a little weed from time to time, but generally, I was a good kid. I'm a Midwesterner, and so I grew up knowing that I wanted to make my mom proud and my dad proud, so I knew how to stay away from the wrong crowd. Well, I tried. But one night, I was in my dorm, and this guy was going around the hallway knocking on people's doors. I heard the muttering, and I had no real idea what he was saying. I was working on my desktop at the time, on an assignment, and hoped he wouldn't knock on mine. But of course he did. This guy had black hair, dark eyes, and a long leather jacket. He had a blank stare and some shady-looking eyes, but he held out his arm and showed me something. He had some ecstasy. He asked me if I wanted to buy it, and of course I said no. At the time, weed was the only drug I would have ever tried, and even that made me feel really sleepy. I shut the door in the guy's face. I had the strangest feeling he was angry at me. His stare alone was just cold and clinical, as if he could have killed me there and then, and walked away, feeling nothing. I guess to be a drug dealer, you have to separate all your human emotions and just focus on making money. After he left, I went in the kitchen and talked about it with my roommate. He wondered who had let this guy into our dorm. It was totally risky and a real hazard. I mean, if he found a vulnerable girl, he could have drugged and raped her. We felt really concerned, but we didn't want to alert the campus authorities, as we had already had a problem after a drunk guy trashed our place. The campus authorities told us if there were any more problems, they would evict us. At 19 years old, I couldn't have imagined anything worse than going back to live with my folks. I was an independent guy now, working hard and enjoying having a cold beer in the evening, waking up when I wanted and eating whatever I wanted. Me and my buddy decided to keep it quiet. We would just keep our eyes open for anything else unusual. We would also tell the rest of the hallway to be alert and not to get too drunk until we could find out more about this guy and who and why he targeted us. That night, I went to bed at around 11 p.m. I was slumped, and I had a big test the next day. I woke up at around 2 in the morning and heard shouting coming from outside my window. I groaned as I got up, my feet touching the cold floor, and pulled back the curtain to see what was going on. The same guy from earlier was outside my room, just about 10 yards from my bedroom. He was talking to a girl who looked to be drunk, and she was sitting with her face in her lap on the pavement. I felt sick. I knew I had to do something. I pulled on my housecoat and the first pair of shoes I could find Even though I just had boxers and a housecoat on, I knew there wasn't time to get dressed. This guy was clearly in danger and could potentially die if she took drugs. This guy was a bad guy, and I wanted to give him a piece of my mind. I went outside to confront him, but when I turned around the corner to where my bedroom faces, I couldn't see anybody. I couldn't even see the girl. I panicked. I looked around everywhere. At that moment, my eyes expanded to the size of footballs. A huge reptile-like creature was staring at me, standing in the exact same spot as the girl had been minutes earlier. This thing looked like a perfect mix of a human being and a lizard in one. This thing was huge and tall, standing at about 10 feet, with slimy green scaly skin and a bald head and enormous yellow eyes. I felt sick, like somebody had shot me right in the stomach. My shoulders became heavy, and my breathing became slow, and I honestly felt I was going to collapse from a massive stroke. The creature continued staring at me, and I raised my hands as if surrendering in an attempt to appease this thing, what I would consider a demon to this day, just in case it charged at me. I couldn't take in what I was seeing, but I knew in the darkest parts of my mind this wasn't a dream. The wind was blowing, and I was aware of my sheer vulnerability. My mind raced. What had happened? Was this a prank? Or perhaps I had unknowingly taken ecstasy, and this was all an hallucination? Nothing added up, but I felt mentally well enough. I did not feel like I was high on drugs. I knew what I was seeing was real, and it was just too animalistic and vicious to be another human dressed up. The creature kind of made a scoffing sound at me, and then slowly, without breaking eye contact, retreated back into the bushes before finally disappearing entirely. Well, I say bushes, but they were more like hedges, because they engulfed this entire thing as it stood back into it. I went back inside and poured myself a hot cup of coffee. I picked the phone up to call the police, but then decided against it. I felt I would appear crazy, and I knew if they did a drug test, they might find traces of marijuana or alcohol, and I didn't want to get a bad rap or record. I had a really bright future ahead of me with lots of promise, and I did not want that to be ruined. At the time, I don't know exactly what this was. Was it a creature, or did I see a demon? I wasn't sure. It wasn't until the past few years that with the capabilities of the internet and all the resources I have that I really kind of began looking into it, and I could sum up that I think I may have encountered some kind of reptilian being, but I don't know. I'm only speculating, and I'm submitting this story to you so that you can give me the answers that I seek. Hi, what lurks beneath. Right now, I'm reminiscing back on when I used to be able to go on hikes and do cross-country trips, but since quarantine, that's kind of been shut down, and I prefer to stay safe inside. Although I don't really prefer the inside, I love being outside, in the outdoors, in nature. I'm not a proficient or experienced outdoorsman by any stretch of the means, so I don't want you to get that idea before I share this with you. But I do enjoy my long hiking trips, and any chance I can get to go spend outside. Now, this particular event that I'm going to share with you happened years ago when I was hiking out in the Ozarks. I had spent miles and days doing a single solo hiking trip. I came to a small clearing at night, up in an area that was kind of hard to get to, where I was going to set up my tent and crash out for the night. This area that this large clearing was in wasn't easy to get to. After clearing some steep rocks and climbing through really thick brush for a couple hours just to get far, far away from any trail or human contact, because I do enjoy the isolation. I'm stating this because whoever was out here that did this, I'm not sure how they got out here or why they were here, but I guess that might be revealed to the reader as I describe the event. The clearing that I was in was surrounded by trees, although there was a small hill that you had to cross. So, I didn't notice this at first. I started setting up my tent, and then I had to go gather firewood. So I walked over this small hill, And that's right when I saw this. It was about 20 to 30 feet in diameter, if I had to guess. It was a large pentagram, burnt into the ground. Not only was the grass around it dead, but the trees around this pentagram were also dead and appeared to be burnt by some high-intensity flame. In the center of this pentagram lied a small pile of charred bodies. Not humans, but small animal bodies. I observed the sighting a little closer, and I couldn't tell because the bodies were so charred, but they appeared to be small dogs from what I could tell. Either way, I got a really bad feeling. It's like the entire atmosphere around me just changed, and I began to feel uncomfortable. That's when I started to feel that I was being watched, that maybe I wasn't alone, and there was someone else or something else around me. I still wonder how they were able to burn that into the ground, and why all the trees and everything else around was burnt. I don't know what you'd even use for that, or why it was done, all the way out here, far off any trail, in the middle of nowhere. But I guess I'm not meant to have those answers. Anyway, after seeing that pentagram, I ran down, packed up my tent, and quickly found another spot about an hour or two later on, when it was dark. Yeah, setting up my tent in the dark. That was fun, but I sure as hell wasn't going to sleep around that. So this occurred about 7 years ago, when I went fishing in the southern part of the Ozarks with a good buddy. We had started off in the morning, and our plan was to find a really good fishing spot along a creek. I didn't really know the Ozarks that well, but my buddy did, which is why I was letting him lead. Well, during our trekking and adventure, we began hearing a horrible noise off in the distance. Now, because of where we were in the forest, it was really hard to tell how far away sound was, because when you're in the woods, especially the deep, thick woods, sound can travel kind of funny, and sometimes you can have a really hard time distinguishing just how close noise is. But this sounded like it was loud enough that it was far away, that I think we're safe, even though after we heard it, we got out of there. What we heard were two distinct, loud roars. Well, it wasn't just one. This was continuous. It sounded like two Tyrannosaurus Rexes fighting. If you've ever watched the movie Jurassic Park, you know how loud those things are? I mean, they come from massive animals. Although fictional in the movie, it had that same kind of volume, which meant that whatever animal was making it had to have been huge. Now, I'm not saying there was two T-Rexes out in the woods. What I'm saying is that we heard noises at that same volume capacity, incredibly loud that it shook the woods around us, and there was two of them, and it sounded ferocious, like there was some sort of fight going on. I don't know what the hell that was all about, nor do I know what animal it even belonged to. My buddy looked at me, and he was pale as a ghost. He didn't answer me when I asked him what animal that was. He didn't have an answer. And it wasn't until afterwards, when we got a chance to sit down and actually talk about it, that I asked him about it. He said he had never heard that in the woods before, and he's been out there multiple times. To our knowledge, any wildlife or natural-born animal that lives in that area of the United States doesn't have that sort of lung capacity to make that volume of a roar, let alone even sound exactly like that. The tone and pitch kind of reminded me if it came from a 50-foot alligator or something of that size. You know, when you watch enough movies, you can kind of get the chance to hear how loud some of these fictional creatures are. And although they are fake and from movies, I feel like they get the volume quite right when you have an animal of that capacity. Anyway, I'm just trying to get the point across that whatever was making these roaring noises had to have been incredibly massive, and it didn't sound like any animal I have ever heard in my life. Same with my friend. While I didn't encounter a Bigfoot or anything like that, I did have a disturbing account, all of my own. This happened in Central Oregon. Now, I don't know if I had wandered into an area where somebody had opted out of this world, but my findings disturbed me, to say the least. I found a pair of bloody shoes on the ground in the middle of the forest during my hike. After quickly observing my surroundings, I found nothing. No signs of a body, no signs of a blood trail or where these would lead to. These looked like pretty clean, fresh new sneakers from what I could tell. They were covered in dried blood and just laying there, right on the ground, as if somebody had just taken them off, right there in the middle of the forest, and that was it. I don't know what that was about, but it still creeps me out to think about to this day. So I believe this happened back when I was hiking the Sierra Nevadas. This would have been about 2011, and I believe I stumbled upon a den of some animal. Probably a bear or a cougar, whatever lives up there. But that's not the scary part. I found multiple human skulls in this cavern. Probably about 8 or 9, if I'm counting right. Upon first entering the cavern, I thought it might have just been a shallow alcove, until I realized that it dipped down deeper. And so my curiosity got the best of me, and I had a flashlight on me. Although this cave wasn't deep, I was able to go in enough that I can kind of see that it opened up into a larger chamber. I didn't see any hiking equipment, or full bodies, or full skeletons of people. Just about 8 or 9 skulls of people. They looked to be pretty weathered and old, like they had been there for a while. I didn't see any other bones, at least any that I could identify. There were a lot of other miscellaneous bones, like animal skulls, and I think a few rib bones here and there, things like that. But no full human skeleton like you would expect from a movie. Either way, I saw that, it freaked me out, and I noped right out of there. At the time, I wasn't carrying a GPS with me, or even a map, so I couldn't tell you where exactly along the mountain range that this small little cavern was. But either way, it really scared me, and I guess I should have contacted the authorities about it, but I never really did. So I don't know if those are skulls of people who had gone missing and wound up in there, in that den, of whatever lived in there. Do bears even make dens in caverns like that, and eat on animals and people? I don't know. I don't know the kind of den that cougars live in either. So again, this is all just speculation. But what's not speculation is the fact that I found about 8 or 9 human skulls. That did happen. In order to keep my identity and location as private as possible, I'll be revealing minimal details about where I live. But I will say that I live in the southeastern section of the United States. Not Florida, though. The area in which I live in is a very large valley filled with lots of thick woods. But here's the disturbing part of the whole thing. At nighttime, you can hear chilling screams from the woods that even scares most experienced woodsmen and hunters. In fact, much of my friends are hunters, very experienced at that, and there's just certain parts of the valley that they stay out of because they claim they have seen things, like large moving shadows, sounds they can identify, and the feeling of being watched that they just can't shake. Now, if that doesn't spook you, I don't know what will. I'm unsure of what kind of monsters live out in the woods, especially out here, but clearly they must be dangerous enough and in great numbers to scare most of my friends, who, again, are very experienced in the outdoors and have spent many years of their lives hunting all sorts of game. One of my closest friends, for the sake of the story, I'll call him Bill. He's an older man, but he has spent much of his life hunting, and so he knows the woods very well. He was telling me about how when he found a full-grown buck lying dead with its head twisted and ripped off its body. The head was just left there, lying next to the body. He said when he found it, it was somewhat of a fresh kill, and whatever or whoever killed this just did it and left it. This was a good-sized buck too, a 5-pointer at that, so there's no reason that somebody would have just come and done this. And when he looked at the skin, he kind of felt a chill go down his spine. Something grabbed this buck and literally ripped its head right off. Twisted it, to be exact. Like when you twist something round and round until the skin finally rips. I don't know what's out there in the woods that can grab a full-grown buck, a 5-pointer, grab it by the head and twist its head till it rips off, and then leave it there. What's the purpose? Why? I don't care to know. All I know is that it terrified me when he told me this. And Bill doesn't scare easily, but he was shaking as he told me this story and retold it to me with perfect punctuation and detail. So I apologize if I don't get every detail to you. Anyway, I know this email isn't very long, but I just wanted to share with you that there are some dangerous things out there in the woods, even around my neck of the woods. Filming tiger sharks in open water, about 200 miles out of the Grand Bahama. We're at the edge of a large flat plain of reef and sand, about 40 feet deep, looking out over the abyss where the bottom drops into the deep Atlantic. The boat that I was diving from uses a chum to dump blood and ground up fish overboard to attract sharks from the open ocean. We had two 14 to 6 foot female tigers who would come up over the ledge and swim very slowly through our group of divers before circling back out into the blue. After about an hour of filming, all of the other divers in my group had run low on air and ascended. I have always been pretty efficient on gas and still had plenty of bottom time left, so I spent a bit longer on the bottom, hoping for some clean shots of the tigers. Within a few minutes, the current shifted and began picking up the fine white sand from the shelf, and the water became like milk. Visibility went from well over 100 feet to less than 10 very quickly. I decided to bag it and to head back to the boat. The problem was I could no longer see where the boat was floating on the surface, and the shot line that was hung below it for divers to use on their ascent was also nowhere in sight. I ended up doing a reference-free ascent in whiteout visibility. The current that had shifted was now pushing from the shelf out into the open ocean, and it quickly carried me out of sight of the bottom and away from where the boat was anchored. I always carry a signal float on a reel, and I sent it to the surface to mark my position and give me some sort of reference to ascend with. As I was hanging in mid-water with absolutely no visual reference, save for the spool of line in my hand disappearing into the cloudy water above me, I could see the shadows of the tiger sharks following me into the open ocean at the very edge of visibility. Due to the amount of time I had been at depth, I was obligated to hold position at 15 feet for 3 minutes to allow my body to off-gas nitrogen to avoid getting the bends. During that time, these truck-sized predators circled back to me again and again from every side and angle. I was spinning in the water, trying to see in every direction at once. I would catch a glimpse of a shadow moving in at the last second, when it was mere feet from me, and would turn just in time to deflect it away from me. The truly terrifying thing was just how slow and insidious they were about it. You know, the way a large dog will sometimes just kind of lazily push into you. That's what these massive tiger sharks were doing. They would circle out into the gloom, out of sight, and then lazily swim direct at me without a care in the world as to whether or not I would move or react. Each time I had to reach out and push myself off to the side, off their 3 feet wide heads. Then, they would just flinch away at my touch before sliding off into the darkness, only to return a few seconds later from a completely different direction. The worst part was once I reached the surface and saw how far from the boat was. It took me 10 minutes swimming against the current to get back to the boat, knowing the whole time I was right in the middle of a miles-long patch of fish blood and chum being dumped over the railing and drifting with the current right to me. I didn't see the tigers at the surface, but it's far more nerve-wracking. I knew they were still right below me, and I swam with my face in the water, still trying to see in every direction at once. We changed locations after that dive in search of better visibility, but I sat out the rest of the day with my nerves completely fried. When I went and got my first major job as a forensic death investigator, it happened to be at the same time that our county was putting together a new division of search and rescue. They needed people who were certified scuba divers that had some experience. Being the new kid at the time, about 24 years old, they called me the puppy. I kind of got talked into becoming one of the on-call divers. We did a few practice dives, and I ended up responding to a few search and rescue orders. Most were looking for lost fishermen that went out in a storm condition, searching a lake for missing people after boating accidents. You know, stuff like that. The waters in Texas are murky and house all sorts of awesome creatures. We had an issue where some young guy, about my age, had gone out kayaking the major river in my city during a storm and nobody had heard from him. We went to the last place somebody saw him and started our standard search. For some reason, I wasn't too keen to enter the water that day and was triple checking everything. Recoveries weren't exactly my favorite thing to do. I learned scuba mainly for fun, but work changed that. After I go down with another diver, we start our search and shake off my nerves. But towards the end of our dive, I start feeling like a swimmer in the movie Jaws. My heart feels like it's pounding into my chest, and my stomach feels tight, and I'm gonna throw up. I try to calm down and check over my gear while listening to my buddy and the guys on the boat talking, waiting to tell them I'm going to service a bit early. As I turn to see where my buddy is, a huge alligator gar swims right between us. The ugly mug on the fish scared the hell out of me, and I screamed, probably scaring everybody else in the process. I headed back to the boat as fast as safety would allow. So this happened on one of my very first dives ever. It was possibly the second or third time. Anyway, it was me, 2 other divers, and an instructor. And at this point, we were about 70 feet down, if I'm remembering correctly. We had just landed on a small oceanic shelf that contained some reef and some small fish life. We hadn't been down there for more than maybe 10 minutes when I'm the one, out of everybody else while they were exploring, saw what I can describe as a giant leech-looking like creature. I mean, if you've ever seen a leech, this was that, but it was the size of my torso, and it was hanging on the side of the reef. I pulled another diver over to where I was, and he was astounded by the size of this thing. Even the instructor came over and saw it. He said he has never seen anything like it before, and maybe that we should get samples, although we weren't equipped to do that, nor did we have any equipment for that. I had to be extra careful poking around where I was though, because my instructor informed me that there were really large eels hanging around the holes right where I was looking, and that's right where this massive leech was. So I didn't really go poking around too much, but I'm sure there was more of them. Like I said, this thing was easily the size of my torso, and maybe it wasn't a leech because I didn't try to pull it off the reef, but it looked massive. Crazy enough, it was actually that same diving trip that one of the other divers, who I think it was his first time, was more of a novice than me, actually got bit pretty severe by a much larger eel than any of us have ever seen. It came out from one of the holes in the reefs, ones that we didn't happen to even notice that were near the bottom. He must have been diving away from me and over a small section of reef when it came out and probably felt threatened by his presence. It struck his thigh pretty good. I mean, this thing was huge. Even our instructor said he was impressed by the size of this eel. Anyway, that's all for my crazy sea creature stories. Oh, and before I forget to mention, this was in Southern California, right near the border of Mexico, actually. In fact, that's right where they supposedly found other extremely large sharks swimming around the area. So I guess what we were doing at the time was pretty risky, considering the current wasn't the best, and visibility wasn't perfect. But it was okay, especially for the time of day we went. One last thing I wanted to include. I wouldn't learn this till a few months after this dive, but I guess only a couple of miles away from where we dove at, there was a few people that had actually gotten attacked by a large great white shark, or something along those lines. Maybe it was a tiger shark. I don't quite remember, I just know that there was a very near fatal shark attack that happened right around that area, which I said is pretty risky in its own right. I've gone diving dozens of times since then, and unfortunately, I haven't had anything too exciting, like seeing anything crazy, having any near-death experiences, and no, I have not yet been attacked by a shark. I'm pretty safe and smart about who I dive with and how I dive. I'd say the worst thing, or the scariest thing, is when you dive with somebody who's much more inexperienced than you, and they make a fatal mistake that cost you not only your life, but your entire group's life. That's what you gotta look out for. Or getting stuck with a newbie who doesn't quite realize that they can't ascend to the surface just as is, that they have to do compression stops. I've seen a couple times where newbies have gotten the bends and luckily didn't die, but almost did. Back when I was a sophomore in high school, my friends and I got heavily into just exploring and seeing what there is out in the world. We spent a lot of time in online forums, uploading photos and sharing experiences, but it wasn't too long before we found ourselves in a kind of friendly competition with a group from Ohio. The Michigan-Ohio rivalry is very real, and although we weren't exactly into college football, we still relished the chance to show up our counterparts in the next state over. It was a playful rivalry, however. I mean, who could ever take pride in the whole "my state is more messed up than your state" thing? So, one summer, my friends and I were on a long bike ride, scouting for potential sites in an old rundown industrial area near Kalamazoo. We take a break in this wooded area, and one of my friends goes off into the bushes to pee. About a minute later, we hear them shouting excitedly for us to come look at something. Once we make a few jokes about his junk being nothing to write home about, we follow and lay eyes on his sweet little discovery. It was this old creepy cave. I mean, it seriously looked like it could have been the secret entrance to the Batcave or something. But a little preliminary exploration revealed that the place was actually an abandoned cement mine. Mines require a lot more specialist equipment. Any seasoned explorer will tell you that it's crucial to bring respirators to anywhere where air quality might be compromised. Mines are filled with all kinds of stuff that you really don't want in your lungs. So, about 2 weeks later, after a fair amount of planning and preparation, all 4 of us returned to the abandoned cement mine with the appropriate safety gear and a camera, ready to properly explore. We discovered that there was basically one main shaft that sloped deep down into the earth, so we followed that main route. It was wide enough to drive a pack of a pickup truck and was still in pretty decent condition, so traversing the mine shaft was much easier than we'd first thought. There were many rooms, old machinery, and resting equipment off of this main shaft, but we mostly avoided it in the beginning. We were just trying not to get lost or turned around in the darkness. As we shined our flashlights along the smooth rock walls, we saw that they were almost covered in spray paint graffiti. Mostly just the classic abandoned building stuff. Jimmy was here, swastikas, initials, and dates, etc. But as we got deeper and deeper, the graffiti really thinned out. Whoever was hanging out here before us obviously didn't go too deep into the mine. Probably for a good reason. As we wandered deeper and deeper into the old abandoned mine shaft, all natural light had faded, and we were relying solely on our high-powered flashlights. The air was so stagnant and hazy, with particles that even the light from expensive flashlights would only go 20 feet or so before just getting totally obscured by dust. Oh, and that dust has us thanking the big guy upstairs that we'd remembered to pack them. The glow sticks we had brought were also basically useless because they would disappear in the haze only a few steps after dropping them, and we had only brought a handful. Once we were about 30 feet below the earth, we started arguing amongst ourselves. Our little crew was nervous about going any deeper, with the air quality just being so terrible, and without a good way to prevent us from getting lost. We somehow managed to override our anxieties by reassuring ourselves that the path was easy and straightforward. So, we'd have a hard time getting lost. We were going to rely on our level-headedness, sense of direction, and flashlight battery life to get us out. Despite the agreement to push on, it was becoming very creepy for everyone. We walked in total silence for a long time, hearing nothing but our own footsteps and the steady drip of water coming from somewhere deep in the cave. I think we were all pretty scared at this point, but nobody was willing to admit it to each other. Call it bravado or whatever, but we just kept pushing on, pushing further and further into the mine. We stumbled across something that had us stopped in our tracks. Dug into the sides of the deep stone shaft we were slowly descending was a diverging tunnel. Little more than a passageway cut into the rock. It was narrow. You'd have to crouch to go through it, and it was also a good few feet off the ground, so it required a scramble to reach it. But that wasn't what made us stop. It was the graffiti. We hadn't seen any for a while, and like I said, we assumed the graffiti artists had never gone this deep. But someone else clearly had, and the messages they left were disturbing to say the least. The tunnel was lined with words written in white, chalky substances. Words like rot, decay, plague, and carry on. They were just words, scrawled by some degenerate, but it scared the living hell out of us. Who else would come this far just to write such a terrible message in a mysterious tunnel that broke from the main path? However, no matter how scared we were, there was no turning back. We had to see where the tunnel led to. Despite our fear, we were overwhelmed by intense curiosity. So as foolish as it seems now, one by one, we crawled through the tunnel to the other side. What we found was a strange flooded chamber. Around the pool of water was a series of these large carved stones, each covered with dozens of burned out candles. There must have been hundreds of pieces of melted wax dripping down each of the stone pieces. The walls had a few twisted, malformed faces scrawled on them, and the tunnel entrance back to the main shaft was ringed with a spray-painted blood-stained mouth. What was this place? Some bizarre cloister where black masses were performed possibly. An elaborate hoax set up by a bunch of kids. We couldn't find much evidence to figure it all out, and we were absolutely exhausted by this point, both from the exertion and the adrenaline crash. We all crawled out of that weird little chamber and back into the main shaft, where we were promptly headed towards the exit. When we finally saw natural light coming from the main entrance, we were relieved beyond words. We never did figure out what that mysterious cavern was for, and I think I'm content to leave it at a mystery. No, we didn't hear any eldritch creatures howling in the depths of the tunnel, nor did we find any entrance devil worshippers. But just finding that room, buried deep in an old forgotten mine, was more than enough to creep all of us out for a very long time. Look, I'm going to keep this email relatively short, simple, and sweet. To the point, you understand me? So I've done a fair share of spelunking in my day, deep diving in caverns and exploring the uncharted world under the earth we know and inhabit. Well, I don't do that anymore, and that's because I believe I encountered a demon underneath the earth. I'll spare the name of the cavern system, because I can't have anybody hearing this, potentially, and going to check it out themselves and getting lost, or worse, finding what I did. In the southwestern region of the United States features a massive underground cavern system that spans all over and goes well into the Mexican desert. Well, I had spent some months going down here, traversing through as many tunnels as I could, when I encountered the den of what I believed to be a flying demon. Whatever this thing was nearly grabbed me and pulled me deeper into the earth. It looked like a gargoyle, whatever you want to call it, This thing had scales and it had wings. It looked like it was straight out of hell. No joke. It left me traumatized, scarred, and terrified me. It made me want to give up my love of spelunking for good. But I guess I'm not the only one who's had encounters with these same kind of demons. The Sonoran Desert, specifically, is filled with these uncharted cave systems underground, and I guess also filled with these demonic beings and encounters and sightings of these creatures by many other fellow spelunkers. Look, I'm not here to waste your time by feeding you some BS made-up story. After my account, I spent several hours talking and reaching out to fellow spelunkers and even natives of the area, and all of them, or nearly all of them, have their own account to tell, whether it be underneath the earth, exploring the cavernous underground terrain system, or seeing these things ascend into the night, stalking and looking for prey. I know it sounds far-fetched, but you know what? Sometimes there are just things in life that we have to accept as truth. And unfortunately, this is just one of them, even if it means forever giving up my love of spelunking. I am a 20-year-old girl, and throughout my whole life, I feel like I've been pretty in tune with the paranormal. Admittedly, I have become slightly obsessed, not in the summoning demons way, but more of too much research and spending my free time, and all day at work, listening to podcasts. I have many stories to tell, but I figured I'd start with one that has been weighing on me for a while. I moved into a new place in December of 2017 with my roommate. We will call her Nikki. When we moved in, I felt a huge weight off my shoulders because for the first time ever, I didn't feel any presence in my home. Skip forward to about May, and things had been going pretty well when we found out that a family friend who was 16, we'll call her Morgan, didn't have a place to live. So, she was invited to stay with us. I had known this kid for roughly 15 years, and known she came from a really messed up family. She told us her dad was a Satanist and had cast a curse on her, and now she was being followed by what she described as a shadow creature. With my past to the paranormal, I believed her, but thought nothing of it. A few weeks had passed, and the little inconveniences had been happening, such as our coffee table being moved, or mail being scattered across the floor. We have cats, so I didn't think much of it, but it was pretty annoying. This kept happening, and then gradually started getting weirder and weirder, like our entire bottle of laundry detergent being poured out under the dining room table, and the empty bottle being set in the middle of the puddle. At around the same time, both Morgan and Nikki started having issues with sleep paralysis. Nikki used to get it all the time when she was a kid, but hadn't in years. The strange thing was, even though they were separate experiences, both girls claimed to have seen the same thing. A child-sized black figure. The body was small, but the head was way too big, and the hands were very long, but they couldn't see any other features, just a black outline. Luckily, I didn't have sleep paralysis, and I never have in my life, so I mistakenly thought that it was safe. One night, I was home alone and was in a deep depressing mood. Everything in the house felt so heavy. I decided to take a nap on the couch. When I woke up, I couldn't breathe. It felt like somebody was pushing on my chest, so I sat up and the pressure was gone. It was then that I noticed the room was dark, like unnaturally dark. My TV was on, and the hall light was on, so there's no reason my little portion of the living room would be so dark. I decided to not think about it, and turned the TV up, then started scrolling through my phone. A moment later, I felt a heavy footfall come out of the kitchen, directly up behind me. It sounded like a full-grown man. I thought someone had come into the house while I was asleep, because we always left the sliding glass door in the kitchen unlocked. Too afraid to turn around and look, I took out my phone and went on my Snapchat. I turned on the flash, and when I switched it to the front-facing camera, my screen went completely black and my flash wouldn't work. So I drew the courage to turn around. I saw nothing, and instantly, the room was light again. I grabbed my keys and got the hell out of there until my roommate was off work. A couple of days had passed and my roommate and I burned sage, oiled all the entrances, and told whatever was in the house that it was not welcome and it had to leave. I thought that was the end of it. We didn't have any more things moved. Morgan had moved in with her brother, and the house seemed lighter, except Nikki was still experiencing sleep paralysis almost every night. Skip forward a couple weeks, and I was laying in bed with my 2 cats. It was about 3 in the morning, and I heard pots and pans being moved in the kitchen. My cats woke up and were growling, so I grabbed my gun and checked every corner of the house. Nikki was still sleeping, so I went back to my room thinking it could have been her and her cats since they like to hide in the cupboards. The second I shut the door, there were 3 loud bangs on it that made me jump so high, I fell back onto my bed. I yelled for the thing to go away. I didn't want it here, and it had to leave. What felt like minutes later, I opened the door and my older cat ran out and turned into the kitchen and screamed like she was hurt. I looked for her for an hour and could not find her. I went to bed crying. The next morning, I woke up and my cat was asleep to me, unharmed, and I went to wake up my roommate and told her about the night before. She explained that she had been awake when I got up and had also heard 3 bangs but was too afraid to get out of bed. We oiled again and brought in her mother, who worked at the church, and she blessed the house. Not too long after Morgan's little brother moved in with me, and we didn't have anything happen after that. It makes me wonder if Morgan's dad really did curse her. He used to always tell his 3 daughters that they were mistakes, and he only intended to have his 2 sons. That would explain why after she moved in with his older brother, it didn't bother her anymore, and why when the younger brother came to stay with me, the problem went away. All I know is that whatever it was so negative. My depression had never been worse, and we were always arguing in that house. I'm just glad it's finally over. I'm a 29-year-old female, and as recently as September of 2019, I purchased a house. It's an older home, built in the 1800s. It's sturdy and has plenty of rooms, 2 bedrooms upstairs and down. My room, the largest of them all, has a walk-in closet the size of a small child's bedroom, a crawl-space attic above that, and finally, at the back of the closet is a door to an unfinished, unused type of walk-in attic space. I wanted to turn it into a small reading nook in the future, but now my unease towards that area is becoming unresolvable. I almost never use my closet. I've noticed small things here and there that hint at the paranormal. Despite my sensitivity to the realm, I try to explain happenings rationally before outright jumping to a demon in my house. Such things include shadows without a source, voices from my closet, items missing or moved, cold spots, bangs on the walls, doors being closed that I'd left open, etc. Typical spooky stuff. A lot of these things can be explained by me being forgetful, or the fact that the house is almost 200 years old. However, no touching until this morning. I'm a bartender, and my night ends at around 4 a.m. By the time I'm finished at work, get home, get ready, and into bed. I was laying in bed, sleep mask on, stories queued up and ready to sleep to. I turned out my light and settled in. I was still wide awake and just getting comfortable. I'm a left side sleeper, and I'm stretched into my favorite position. Legs stacked, right foot behind left, with the left inside of my foot touching the mattress. Imagine a very loose fetal position. So I'm comfortable, and suddenly, I feel the sensation of a finger press gently into the inside of my right foot, the one against the mattress, and travel from my arch to my heel and sink away. I tried not to panic. I kept my breathing steady, and I thought through every rational explanation I can come up with and rolled over. Similar position, opposite side. It didn't happen again, and I willed myself to sleep. As I mentioned before, I have seen and heard hints towards the paranormal, but only recently have things escalated. This touch wasn't the first occurrence of it letting me know. It is, however, the first that I can't justify with a rational answer. The first time was before the light in the hall had been installed, so there was no light to go by. I just had left my bathroom and stepped onto the landing of the stairs when I heard the shower door rattle and slide partially. My cat was steadily beside me, bouncing and chirping, because I was headed downstairs, and at the noise, she stopped and turned to the bathroom. As I put my foot out to take a step down, I heard the landing behind me creak and groan, as though weight was being put on it, heavier than mine, and painfully slow. I felt an agonizing sense of dread that somebody was towering over me in my small hallway. But I chose to ignore it, and just went down the stairs with my girly, eagerly racing heart. I rationalized it's an older home, and it croaks and groans, but I still called my boyfriend and explained what happened on my way to work. He has seen and felt things here too, and I think that's why he doesn't stay the night much anymore at all. I know it's because I started doing renovations to the house. I'm trying to return it to the glorious old house it once was, with very minimal modern flair. The electricians used the crawl space in my closet to install the fixture above my stairwell, and I believe that it woke something up. Something that's much more interested in me than I am in it. Years ago, I was roommating with some friends and had some of the craziest, wackiest experiences of my life. Not just wild parties, but, well, maybe I'll save that for another time. But the experience I'm going to share with you today has left a lasting impression on me forever. Before I go into the details of what exactly I had an encounter with, let me just say that at the time, I had no idea that my roommates were hiding terrible things from me, like playing with a Ouija board when I wasn't there, purposefully, because they know how I felt about that kind of thing, and summoning demons behind my back. I wouldn't learn about any of this until years and years later, after one of my close friends, who at the time I was roommating with, told me about it. During the day, I would work my 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. shift at a local grocery store, just to make ends meet, while I went to school part-time. Well, during then is when my roommates, who were a bunch of stay-at-home bums at the time, would just play with the Ouija board. They even told me that they had some horrible encounters with a demon named Zozo. This wasn't just a one-time thing. No. This went on for months and months at a time. From winter, well into spring, and even the first part of summer. It started off simple enough. They would play the board and ask it questions, and would apparently be visited by multiple demons, or what they claim were ghosts, but we know what it really was. Then, after a little while, things in the house started happening. Lights would flicker on and off. Things would go missing. Doors would randomly slam and open. Strange stuff like that made you think you had a poltergeist. Then, not much longer after that, I want to say right around St. Paddy's Day, we started getting visited by these strange creatures. They stood up on 2 legs just like a full-grown man, except they were about 9 or 10 feet tall. I'm talking huge beasts. They had a head that kind of reminded me of Anubis, or I guess a Doberman Pinscher, if you want to say. My first few encounters and sightings with these beings was absolutely terrifying. My roommates played clueless, because they really didn't know. But I believe deep down they did, because they were all in this little conspiracy to do this. Them playing with that darn board was almost like a full-time job for them. It was like clockwork, and they had no plans on slowing down anytime soon. Things continued to intensify, and we had more and more frequent visitations, with these beings becoming more and more hostile, shaking the door handles violently, tapping and scratching on the windows to get in. I had no idea what to do, and I felt like I was the only one that seemed to care that this was even happening. The other three just kind of seemed to shut it out, like they were numb to it all, as if it wasn't happening. At one point or another, I had heavily considered consulting a priest because I thought we had a demon in the house, but little did I know that that was more than likely true. I can't really exactly say what was going on for sure, but I can say with confidence, then playing with that board was attracting, well, whatever these creatures of the night were, these demons. Eventually, things got so bad, and this would have been around early June, that I decided to move out because I just got tired of dealing with it. So I went and stayed with another friend of mine and left them to their little house of horrors. Afterwards, my relationships with my 3 roommates, who I used to be good friends with, kind of dissipated over time. I don't know if it's just because our interest waned, or if it's just that we just stopped putting into the relationship. Either way, distance came between us, and we ultimately grew apart. Years later, we tried rekindling, but to really no avail. I mean, we went out to lunch here and there, and that's when I learned about what was really going on. They told me that while I was gone, they would use the Ouija board for hours at a time, calling spirits, asking names, asking questions, inviting outside forces to come and dwell in the house in hopes that they would receive power and make things better. I thought the whole thing was weird because those friends of mine, well, at one point they were friends. They were pretty skeptical and agnostic if I remember right, and to my recollection, they had no interest in magic or any sort of religion or superstitious supernatural activities. This is ultimately why the whole Ouija board situation came as a surprise to me when they broke the news, and when they initially pulled it out when I was first there, and told them I didn't want them playing with it because they were playing with forces they shouldn't be messing with. They gave me so much flack for it and thought I was a huge bummer for telling them no. So at the time, I just politely asked out of respect if they could not play it at all while I lived there. They agreed, and this is why I was so hurt and angry to find out they had been doing this behind my back for nearly 6 months out of the entire year. The actions they described to me reminded me of something that a witch would do or practice, and I knew they weren't into witchcraft or Wiccans or anything of that nature, so it struck me as odd. I don't know, the whole thing is odd to me. But again, that kind of just left a sour taste in my mouth, that they would go behind my back when they knew I purposefully was against that sort of thing, and while I was living there. Safe to say that there's a reason I don't talk to them anymore. But I feel like I've put too much emphasis on those 3, and not enough of the actual story at hand that I wanted to tell you about. I guess there really isn't a whole lot to tell you other than what I have, and basically describing what I would call demons were these Anubis-looking creatures that, like I said previously, were about 9 to 10 feet tall. I mean, just massive sons of guns. And once they start appearing, they didn't really want to go back to whatever realm they were called from or summoned from. They became increasingly hostile and increasingly violent towards me mainly. It seems like my 3 other roommates, who seemed to shut all of this out, they weren't even, I don't know if targeted is the right word, but it seems like these things were only hell-bent on coming after me, and I don't know why that is. I'm not religious or anything. I didn't practice the Ouija board at all, so I really don't know why their focus or intent appeared to be me. Sometimes I would see them in the evening, coming home from work. Other times I would just see them coming towards the house at night, trying to get into the windows. It was terrifying. If you've ever seen the movie Night of the Living Dead, where those zombies try and break into the house, can you imagine that level of fear? That's kind of what I experienced. And now that I think about it, I almost wonder if my 3 roommates were somehow possessed. I don't know if by these things, but by something. Something was definitely drawing these demons in, and what it was, I don't know. And they looked strong enough that they could have broken down the door if they wanted to, or the windows, since our house wasn't necessarily reinforced, or heavily built or constructed. All they did was violently shake the door handle, beat on the door, beat on the windows, and staring at us. We had to get thicker curtains at one point, because we just couldn't handle seeing them anymore. Then, come about late April, early May, and I began getting really, really sick. I want to say it was the flu, but I took tests for it, and nothing really showed up. It was flu-like symptoms, but I didn't have the flu. It all just seemed too coincidental for me. First these things appear, the house starts going crazy, they're using the Ouija board, and now all of a sudden I'm cast down with sickness? Maybe, just maybe, and bear with me because it's only a theory, that my roommates were cursing me and putting spells and hexes on me, driving me away, only pretending to be my friend. But for what reason, I'm not sure. I had nothing that I knew of that they wanted. Not money, not power, not materialism. I don't know why. Again, I don't know why I was targeted, but these things, their intentions were evil. That's the only real thing I can get across to you. Anyway, ultimately, I don't know what you'd call this whole shtick. I'm not even really sure you would call this a demon encounter, considering these things were demons, but they were in physical, manifested form. I guess you can call them a dogman, since they resembled that of which people describe as it, but they looked different. I'll let you be the ultimate judge, and you can determine for yourself what you want to believe. My friend Will lives off this highway, somewhat deep into the woods. It doesn't take much time to get to his house, but there's pretty thick woods surrounding his house and his entire neighborhood. We were driving home from his house around 11 p.m., and my friends in the front seats saw this strange creature cross the road. They said it had a capybara, human-like face, a very long neck, no tail or ears, and it walked like an ape. It looked kind of like a human, trying to walk on all fours. They also said that it had no really defining features, and seemed to be disproportionate and unnatural looking in general, and that it had human-like legs. They did not see any feet. It did not have much fur, but the fur was kind of like a short-haired dog. It had a large hunchback, like it could stand up and walk normally at any second. My friend Will also actually saw a creature of the same description a few years back. I've been trying to find an animal that it might be, but my friends keep saying that it's not it. I have looked into some popular cryptids, like the Wendigo and crawlers, but they just don't seem right. It had animal features, but also very human-like. If anybody could offer any information as to what this could be, it would be very helpful. I would love to know. While hiking through the deserts of Arizona, on one of my daily hiking routines, I encountered a being. I couldn't see it during the initial encounter. You could say it was camouflaged, but I could still hear it while it followed, as it jumped from rock to rock. The only reason I turned away from this trail was due to there being no noise and my gut feeling. If you hike long enough in a certain area, you familiarize yourself with it. You can recognize abnormalities. I guess this being would proceed to harass where I was renting, which wasn't too far off from the mountain. It would throw rocks at my place, and there was constant noises outside, as if it was going around my place all night. This would start normally from 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. and would continue for a week. One day, After coming home from a gathering, I spotted the creature on top of my neighbor's house. It had a scrawny complexity with huge yellow eyes and a huge head. Furthermore, its body was dark. It looked like an alien, but all dark and about 7 feet tall. Several days after spotting it, my wife woke me up to a sound of something climbing our place and sitting on top of the house. Next day, I suffered from sleep paralysis in which I could not move, but I could feel everything around me. Furthermore, I could not get enough air, and I get the feeling of choking in my sleep. After this, some more harassment, but it eventually faded away. What was this creature? I got the feeling of it being lustful, dark, opportunist, and used to killing. I read about empaths and being hunted. Don't really know how much else, but I wanted to share this story. This happened summer of last year. I was currently living at my dad's house, which is a small town in southern Illinois. I had driven the same path back and forth many, many times to see my girlfriend, and nothing ever eventful ever went down. I mean, I'm talking 40 minutes of nothing but fields, farms, and forest. You never see pedestrians on the road because, well, there's nothing around here. No bicyclists and barely any construction workers. So anyway, I had just spent a day with my girlfriend and was feeling pretty good. Had a good dinner and decided to go home around 1 in the morning. I started driving back when it began to rain pretty good. Around halfway home, the rain was getting lighter, and I was going about 40 miles an hour as my car does not handle any sort of bad weather well. To this day, I get chills thinking about what I saw next. To the right of the road, I saw a very tall, naked humanoid-like creature. It was gray-skinned, long-armed, and had holes for eyes. I saw it for maybe 2 to 3 seconds driving by, but it was enough to make me sob all the way home in fear. Eventually, I called my girlfriend and told her. I was still sobbing and couldn't stop checking around me. I've never had hallucinations in my life, so I figured that there was no way I couldn't have seen what I saw. I tried to tell myself that it could have been a strange person, but there was no car pulled to the side, and there's no way they'd be out in the middle of nowhere, naked in the rain, and still be standing. It was the first and only time I've ever seen something that made me cry from fear. If anybody knows what it was or has any idea, please let me know. I still think about it a lot, but nobody ever believes me when I try and talk about it. A lot of people think I was just tired or imagined it, but I know what I saw. It was definitely real. Before I tell you my story, I'm going to give you some context about my drive home from work, the state I live in, and such. This happened about 10 minutes after I left work today, July 4th, 2020. I live in Northeast Ohio, and I got a new job about 2 months ago as a process technician at a dairy plant. It pays very good money, considering it's a 34 to 35 mile drive one way. After about 20 or 25 miles, I drive through a wooded area. Nothing uncommon for me, as where I live in northeastern Ohio, forests are common, and I pretty much lived in the one behind my grandmother's house growing up. I work 4 p.m. to 4 a.m., and the drive home sucks. Whether it's being tired, hungry, or the fog almost every night, I go the same way every day and every night. I was driving my way home, and I just left the residential area of my workplace and was going through the forested area. As I said, there's almost fog every night, so I'm on high alert for deer, raccoons, and such critters. It's just like every other drive home so far. I have a podcast on, focusing on the road, thinking of either getting a sausage McMuffin or a McGriddle from McDonald's, and sometimes looking off to the side of the road for any eyes reflecting off my headlights. All of a sudden, I see some reflecting eyes. Out of the woods comes a coyote. In my hometown, coyotes aren't too rare. I've seen them by my high school, but had never seen one outside of my hometown, so it surprised me. I started to slow down as it crosses the road, until it turns to my car and sits in the road. It sat about 10 feet from my car. There had been no cars I had seen since leaving the residential area, so I was going to go around it, but I thought this was too odd of a thing to happen to just drive away from. I expected it to just get up and walk away at any given second. This is where I began to get very scared. I honked my horn, and after about 2 or 3 seconds, it smiles at me. I have my brights on, so I can see it perfectly. This coyote had human-shaped teeth. My heart dropped, and every hair on my body raised, just as it is now, recalling this incident. It lasted only about 1 second, before sitting up and running into the woods. I sat there in fear for about 5 seconds, before shoving my foot on the pedal and driving at getaway speed. I didn't stop and get food, because I had and still have no appetite. I thought the rest of the ride home what I saw, once doubting I saw it, but like I said, with my brights on, it was as close to my car as it was, and I saw it clear as day. This coyote had human teeth, and there was no doubt about that. I'm very into the paranormal, and that includes cryptids. Is it possible that I ran into a skinwalker or some genetically mutated coyote? I am Native American, if that counts for anything. It's so weird typing this out, but I'd like somebody who knew more about these things to help me out if they can. I know one thing though, and that's I'm finding a new way to work. This one took place a little over a year ago. Me and 2 of my friends took my Jeep out to ride around some trails and up on a few mountains. On our way back down, it was about 2 in the morning, and we had to pass a private family graveyard. I decided to try and mess with my friends by pulling off the gravel road and parking in the makeshift parking lot of the cemetery. While we're sitting there, messing with each other, I decided to yell to really mess with them. Now this is where it gets a little real, and the adrenaline kicked in, because about 5 seconds after I yelled, all 3 of us heard something yell back from inside the woods behind the cemetery. Now, none of us are little dudes, and we're certainly well armed to the teeth. 2 handguns, a shotgun, and my AR-15. But we were petrified. I turn the Jeep over, and we start hauling ass down this gravel road. I say hauling, but my Jeep was a pile of crap, so we were going about 45 miles an hour. As we're about 2 miles from the exit of the trail, we hear something running beside the Jeep, keeping pace with us. We can hear it snapping branches, and it sounds like it's just barely outside the field of view of the Jeep. Right as we're about to get on the main road, it just stops, and we can't hear it anymore. I'd love to hear if anybody else has encounters like these. Stay safe, guys. When I traveled to India about 20 years ago, I took the bus or the coach to travel from one city to another. It was a night bus, so I slept through most of the ride. It was dark, and the road was surrounded by a forest. The road was only illuminated by the headlights of the bus, and we were seemingly alone on the road. I woke up for a brief moment and just stared out the window. There, I saw this creature on the side of the road, hurrying into the dark woods. The moment only lasted a second or 2, but I saw this creature so clearly. It looked like something with a human body, doing an inverted crab walk. It had the head of a Doberman Pinscher, or a jackal, and it had a kind of waddling gait, with each limb moving independently. Everybody around me was asleep, and I felt like a crazy person. I just kept telling myself that I must have seen something else and misinterpreted it in my mind. I just caught a glimpse of it, and years later, I questioned whether I was dreaming it. I feel extremely certain of what I saw, but I'm probably wrong. In fact, there's actually probably a logical explanation. Again, what I saw looked very jackal-like in the head. I'm a very rational person, and I do not believe in supernatural things, but being in an Indian forest at night will make even the most sane person doubt his mind. Those forests are truly scary. When I was younger, I used to routinely sneak out of the house at night to meet up with friends and perform acts of minor mischief and light vandalism. One of the newer additions to the group lived a little out of the way, but we were always game to pick him up because it meant crossing through the tall grasses of a farm that stood between his and our corner of suburbia. One crisp, cool autumn evening, we had concluded our business of hopping a pool fence and rearranging the poolside furniture, which was scandalous, and most of the other teens had gone home for the evening. So, I decided to walk my buddy home. We cut through the tall grasses in the farm and took a seat in the middle of them by a tree that had a series of small boulders that was made ideal for sitting. We talked the usual teenage angsty crap. Who liked who? What were you going to do when you grew up? Who is going to move out first to escape their oppressive suburban life first? There was a lull in conversation, and I remember hearing a dog barking in the distance by the nearby farmhouse. I glanced up, and looming over the tall grass were 3 person-shaped forms. Not together, not moving, spread several hundred feet apart in the field, stock still. To clarify, this was a field of grass, no scarecrows, no trees, save the one, and nothing that could realistically make these shapes. I froze up and looked over to my friend, shakily asking if he could see it. I didn't clarify because he gave a terrified nod. None of the figures moved an inch. Indistinct and shadowy, they remained exactly rooted to the spot, and we were absolutely petrified. Then, closer than close, the insisting, low growling of a dog no less than 10 feet away from us, somewhere in the grass, right on top of us. We both got up and bolted, but nothing chased after. Not the dog, not the figures, and we have no idea what made that growling. As I stood huddled with my friend, hiding behind a car on a suburban street, the moon tucked behind a cloud formation that cast a small pale thread of light down only on us, I believed in things more, like the supernatural, the unexplained. I stayed at my friend's house for as long as it took for us to think of a reasonable explanation to what we'd seen. I had to get home, and the only real way back was through that field. Plus, we had to prove it to ourselves. Prove to ourselves that it had been trees we'd failed to notice, or scarecrows that had been put up for autumn. Anything at all. We came back to the field, armed with aluminum baseball bats for self-defense, and shakily stepped back into the area with the one tree and the standing stones, and surveilled the field. Nothing. The horizon was completely constant. Tall grass, no shadows, no shapes, no trees, no scarecrows, and certainly no dog. Nothing to explain what we'd seen, and nothing to stop me from bolting across the property, terrified out of my mind. No one believes what we saw and what we say we saw, or think we're blowing it out of proportion. That grass was around head high, around 6 feet, and the stationary figures we saw had easily 2 feet over the grass. I didn't sleep well that night, and while I've mostly put it out of my mind, I won't forget it. The farm was sold off and turned into a development not long after I moved away, and some nights I can't help but think that I hope they did not build near the standing stones. I know it reads like a fake story, but I lived it, and only the friend that I lived it with believes me to this day. This was back in my college days. At the time, I was a mess. I had gotten kicked out of the dorm I was living in at the time because I was just a drunken jerk, and so I lost those privileges pretty quickly. So, my only resort was to stay with a buddy who lived about 15 miles away from my college campus. Yeah, it wasn't the most ideal situation, but I was very humble, fortunate, and safe that he let me stay in his spare bedroom, rent-free for the time being, mind you. Yeah, we're still good friends to this day, and he's really been there for me. But this happened to me during my stay there. It only happened once, but it was enough to scare the crap out of me. One night, I want to say it was early in the springtime, because I only stayed there for about 4 months before I moved out again. So again, it was early spring, and I was just settling into bed, so probably about 1 in the morning. I was a night owl, don't judge me. As I feel myself drifting off to sleep, I get this overwhelming sensation that somebody's in the room staring at me. You know how when you're in that half state of sleep and being awake? That's kind of how I was. I felt myself drifting off to sleep, but I still felt aware of the things going on around me. The feeling grew in intensity over the course of a matter of seconds. I sat up quickly, scanned the room, only to find nothing. But then I heard a tapping sound at the window, which I turned my attention and saw what initially somebody trying to prank me in a werewolf mask and costume. I smirked at first, but then I studied the face of this thing, and within seconds, my smirk turned into a frown, and that's when I felt my stomach knot up. What I was looking at wasn't a person in a costume, nor was it a mask. This wasn't some clever prop either. This was a real creature. I don't think it was a werewolf, I guess, but it certainly looked like a wolf. At least it resembled that. The tapping sound I had heard that initially turned my attention towards the window was it putting its large hand on the glass. I say hand because it had 5 fingers, long black claws that were attached to each fingertip, and it gave me the most intense stare. It was a deep stare, deep into my eyes, almost like it was looking into my soul. I felt that this thing, whatever it was definitely not a person. I don't normally believe in supernatural things, but the energy this thing gave off, it felt entirely demonic. I don't know if this was a demon or what, but after staring intently at me through the window for about 10 seconds, although in the moment it felt like 10 whole minutes, it just backed away from the window, turned, and walked off. Afterwards, I was so terrified, I jumped up out of bed, ran out my door, only to be greeted by strange looks from my friend, who was sitting in the living room, smoking hookah. He kind of looked puzzled, as why I looked so freaked out and panicked, and in my boxers, running out of my bedroom. He asked, "Is everything okay?" And I told him what I saw and what was outside the window. He told me I should probably go back to sleep, and that I was just in a dreamlike state. But I swear that this really happened. I promise that what I saw was not just a work of the mind. This was a living being, or I assume so. It was flesh and blood. That much I can guarantee. I saw it with my own eyes. There's no mistaking that. It was as real life can get. I figured he wouldn't believe me, so I went back into my bedroom and just stayed up the rest of the night, hoping this thing wouldn't return. That was the only time in my entire life that I've ever dealt with anything of the paranormal supernatural realm. And even today, I'm still kind of a skeptic, but I do know that there's bad and good out there, and whatever this thing was, it was definitely in the realm of evil. This was about 9 years ago, but I get goosebumps and chills every time I talk about it and describe the thing that I saw. So I was playing my Xbox in my room at night, with my window open, and suddenly, I got this cold feeling in my body, and just knew something was watching me. I was so scared, I couldn't even move to turn around and look out my window. I just knew that deep down, I was being watched. Finally, I got enough nerve to turn around and dive on my bed. It was right below my window. I hid under my blankets, listening for anything. After a few minutes of not hearing anything, I slowly peeked over my windowsill. I owned a PT Cruiser at the time that was parked outside, about 15 feet away, directly across from my window. And this tall gray thing, it looked kind of fuzzy, like static, and had no face, stood up from a crouch behind my car. And as it did, it sounded like rushing wind or water rushing. From a distance though. It turned towards me. If it had eyes, I would say we locked gaze. It then turned and rushed out into the darkness, into the field we own, and made the same rushing water wind noise with like a smoke trailing behind it, and disappeared. The top of my PT was at its waist. It was skinny and had super long arms and legs, and looked like it was made of fuzzy static, and had no face. It scared the hell out of me, and I could still hear the sound and see it when I think about it. It just happened yesterday. I'm 23 now. When I saw it, I was around 14 or 15. I've done some research, and this Fleshgate thing fits the bill with what it looked like. But there's some things that don't. If anybody has any info, I'd appreciate it. Okay, so the first thing started happening in like 2017. It would be in the middle of the night, and I would be sitting at my bedroom window with it open, smoking. I would start hearing what sounded at first just like a weird groaning, yelling sound. But as it got louder, it started to sound like a cat or man yelling meow, meow, continuously. It was weird because it definitely was not a cat, but it didn't sound like a man either. Also, the word meow was being said exactly how it's spelled, and it was really drawn out. There's a forest directly behind on the left side of my house, and it sounded like it was coming from there. This would happen a couple times a week, always really late at night when I had my window open. Another thing that happened was only like a month or two ago. It was between 4:50 and 5 a.m., and I was awake in my bed, watching Netflix on my phone. My window was closed. I started hearing what sounded like a man screaming behind my house, and I paused my show just so I could hear it better. It got louder and then quieter, like the moving through the woods. It was weird because it sounded like it was moving extremely fast. It was screaming about every 5 seconds, and each time, it was way further away than the person could have gotten that fast. It stopped after about only 1 minute. I turned my show back on, and not even 5 minutes later, I saw what looked like a flashlight being shined right in my window. I had my curtains closed, and it moved back in the direction of the woods after only like a split second. I didn't sleep the rest of the night, and I thought I kept hearing noises inside my house, but it was probably just a hypersensitive hearing because I was so scared. Another thing happened, but it's probably unrelated. My boyfriend was staying with me, and we were in bed, and he had been asleep for hours. I couldn't sleep, and it was damn near 7 in the morning. I wanted to prove to my boyfriend that I was up all night, so I got on Snapchat and took a picture of us and used the timestamp thing, and it said 7 a.m. I saved the picture and went to YouTube and turned on one of those super long videos of creepy stories. I must have fallen asleep really fast. I remember sitting up in bed and feeling like I was gonna throw up. So I got out of bed and went into the hallway to go to the bathroom. But I was super disoriented and was falling everywhere and hitting my head, and even woke up my mother with a racket. Then I was back in bed, but I was like hanging on the very edge of my bed, and I could tell something was wrong. So I woke up my boyfriend right before I fell on the floor beside my bed and hit my head on the nightstand. I saw him looking down at me, and I felt terrified. and then everything faded black, and I died. Like I felt myself die. And then I woke back up in bed, looked at the time on my phone, and it said 7:04 a.m. So that whole thing happened in only a couple of minutes. I woke up my boyfriend because I was scared, but he just got pissed because I woke him up, and he left. My boyfriend, who we've been together for 3 years now, refuses to come to my house ever again because he said it's always given him bad vibes. He used to have to walk partially through the woods to get to my house every night, and he said he always felt like there were eyes on him, and he would hear whispering and twigs snapping. He even claims he got chased by someone before. He never walked near my house without a weapon. He's a very skeptical person, so this whole string of events is so weird for me. I'm from Scotland, and it gets dark pretty quickly here during colder months, and just gets pretty dark. This encounter happened at around 11 p.m. to midnight. Me and my friend Sam, name changed for privacy reasons, were hanging out at this big park, and there's little to no lighting in this park. But we were walking around, smoking, and talking crap, just being teenagers, I guess. So, we decided to go to the actual swing park within the park, so we could sit down, have a smoke, and we're roughly 10 feet away from the park. And then there's this smell. I can't explain it, but it's rancid, and physically makes me gag. We laugh and joke about it being a girl who we don't like at school, and head into the park. And we're walking, and we smell this smell that gets a lot stronger. So I look around to see what it could be, and basically, there's a small wall around a foot tall, and there's a bench in front of the wall. This is all in the park, and then there's a guy squatting behind the bench, but is at least 4 to 5 feet while squatting. Would have been at least 8 feet standing, and seems to be completely naked and hairless, and a pale white-gray color, although it's so dark I couldn't tell really. We both stared at it for a few seconds before looking at each other, as if to say, "You see it too, right?" And the thing starts making a giggling sound, like a 4-year-old girl. And at this point, we both noped out of there and ran like our lives depended on it. And when we were a good distance away and into the high street with the streetlights, we just sort of laughed it off and went home. Sam seems to have forgotten about it, but just writing this sends shivers down my spine. It's been about a month, and I still refuse to go to that park after dark. So, about 10 to 15 minutes ago, I was sitting in the garden, reading this out on my patio, and I start hearing this weird noise. At first, I thought it was some strange bird, as it was a low clicking type sound with this odd growling sound. I noticed it and thought, weird freaking birds, and kept reading. Then it progressively got louder, and I started listening to what it was. It wasn't a fox call or a fight. I know most of the local wildlife, and nothing makes that weird sound. It gets louder and louder, sounding like a really deep, almost guttural gibbering and clicking sound. Obviously, I got a really freaking weird vibe out of it. In fact, so much so that it weirded me out and thought it was creepy. I stubbed my cigarette out, and then I heard what sounded like somebody screaming, but really, really deep, and just wrong. It was just a natural, almost like a scream of a man, played on a really bad quality speaker, with all this weird clicking and gibbering over the top of it. I was flipping terrified, and trying to figure out if there was legitimately somebody dying at the bottom of the cul-de-sac. The screaming sounded so real, I felt frozen, and my instinct was to immediately go help. But it sounded too repetitive, like somebody was playing it on a loop. It sounded like the two people were making the noises, like a person was making the same scream over and over, and somebody else was clicking and growling and gibbering in this weird voice. It did not sound anything natural. So I sat there, frozen, trying to write my friend a message and just waiting for it to quiet down so I could come out of the dark and creep inside. as it sounded close, then closer. I did not want to draw attention to myself. It got worse before it got better, and then I did my best to silent fast walk inside, locked all the doors and windows, and proceeded to freak out. I've heard creepy stuff and even seen creepy stuff, but this was next level. I went to my grandmother's room and told her. She gave me a hug and basically shrugged it off. There was just something so not natural about that, and I don't know what to do. Also, I am a firm believer in things that cannot be explained, but as I have never had an experience like this one, I never felt fully aware of it. There's been a few times in my life where I've experienced complete reality and sanity, but my God, this is just really rammed home at this point. Something not normal is near my home, and I don't know what to do. Also, I'm a 22-year-old female, and I live in the far north of England. It's a very rural area here. I live in a small cul-de-sac on the furthest edge of the village. In the early spring of 2017, I was on my way to a doctor appointment at about 10 a.m. and traveling a back road, as I like to drive and see the sights and be relaxed while driving. I'm from the country up here in northeastern Ohio, in the middle of the primary snow belt, so I can drive anything in any kind of terrain, but it's nice just to see the countryside when you're driving. So, I took a back road this time. I had driven about 25 miles and came upon a field where corn was growing, and there were still some old stalks sticking up in the field. The cornfields were on both sides of the highway, and I like to drive slower to see deer and hawks and other different kinds of animals. It's peaceful and relaxing, and nature always has a way of putting my mind at ease and in awe. Once, I saw a big bald eagle on the stretch of highway standing in the middle of the road, eating some roadkill. So, I came to a stop and watched it for nearly a minute before it even realized I was there, and then it flew away. But this particular day, I had only seen some scattered Canadian geese in the cornfields. Still, I kept looking with a watchful eye, as I am legally deaf and must be extremely alert while driving. The cornfields end abruptly, as thick woodline moved right up to the road, and then, a few hundred feet further along, it receded back some 300 or 400 yards, and the cornfields were there again. This was a beautiful day, and I could see everything perfectly clear. The sky was a beautiful blue, with just light, wispy rain clouds, moving slowly inwards, and the trees still didn't have any leaves on them yet. Suddenly, a tall, thin, black, four-legged animal, way off in the distance, caught my eye, so I slowed way down. I was the only person on the road at the moment, and I wanted to get a good look at the animal at the edge of the thick woodline. As I sized it up, and came to understand that it was a huge black wolf with long, skinny legs, thick chest, and skinnier abdomen, I saw its head turn my direction, and it looked right at me. Even from that distance, there was no mistaking those glowing yellow eyes. Its ears were tall, and they had tufts of fur on top, like you would see on a bobcat's ears. Immediately, something like a shudder of amazement and fear rang throughout my entire body, and I was totally mesmerized. I nearly crashed from not being able to take my eyes off it, but somehow my instincts took over, and I escaped the telephone pole that I was headed directly for. I don't recall ever taking my eyes off the giant wolf, but I must have, because I swerved the truck and missed the pole. That creature had the fiercest look on its face, and it struck me as not being a normal wolf at all. If I had to guess, I would say that on all fours, its shoulder was over 3 feet high, and its huge head must have been close to 5 feet in the air from the ground. Its torso was thin, and the musculature of this animal could clearly be seen from even 300 or so yards away. There was no way in my mind that this could have been your average wolf, or even a hybrid being that huge. Its body was long. If I had to guess, I would say this animal standing upright on 2 feet was probably close to 8 feet tall, from the top of its head to the ground. I've seen some pretty big wolves in videos on TV, but nothing quite like that. After the doctor's appointment, I began an internet search for wolves that size when I got home, and found nothing that would indicate even a hybrid wolf that size. But I did find a local report from an area of town about 15 miles south of that area that was totally bizarre. A deer hunter in the town of Niles, Ohio had gone missing in late 2016. A search and rescue team found a dismembered body about half a mile behind the Niles police station, and parts of the body were strewn along over a distance of nearly 2 miles, as if something had ripped this poor man to shreds and dragged pieces of his body down into the timbers near a lake with the intent of eating it at a later point in time. The police blamed a dominant male black bear for the atrocity, and eventually they found and shot a big male black bear, and that was the end of it. But let me tell you what I know. If a black bear attacks you, it means to kill you, so you must fight back if you intend to live through it. The report that was made said that the police stated that it was likely that the bear had snuck up on the man and downed him from behind, so that he had minimal chances of fighting it off. And all of this took place on the ground, because the hunter never actually made it to his stand. But I know the black bears in this area, and they have never attacked a human being in this manner. In fact, northeastern Ohio has never had a black bear kill a human in my entire life, and I'm 57 years old. The evidence clearly suggests that something considerably more powerful attacked this hunter from behind and got the jump on him. Over 99% of all deer hunters in this country are so aware of their surroundings while traversing to their tree stand that the tiniest twig breaking grabs their attention. So there's almost no way that this man didn't know that something was creeping up behind him, especially a bear of all things. This was definitely the work of something quite large and powerful, and definitely not a black bear. Bears bury their kills and come back for it later. And this poor man, who was positively identified as the missing hunter, was found torn to shreds and his body parts spread abroad over a distance of nearly 2 whole miles. Anyone else suspect a Dogman like I do? And I believe that I saw that animal just a few months later on my way to the doctor's office. This is a true story. It really happened and is still unsolved to this day, some 4.5 years later. The report about this is no longer available, unfortunately. I've tried to find it recently so that I could send this story and other channels to help people become aware that these creatures actually exist, but we are intentionally being kept in the dark about their existence. For what reasons, I'm not sure. This was back in 2007, when my son had just turned 22 and was having a drunken night over at his friend's house. At the time, he didn't have a car, and he most certainly didn't have a license. So, it was up to dear old dad to come pick him up, because he had to work early the next day. I mean, hey, that's what dads are for, and I loved my son that I would go do anything. Well, his buddy, whom he's been friends with since he was 13, decided to have a drunken night out at his friend's place. His friend lived quite a ways out there, out in the back country, which meant me driving early in the morning through lots of winding, dark roads with no light. Not that I've had a problem with those things, but again, I didn't really know these roads very well, so they kind of put me on edge, so to speak. It's not that they creep me out, it's just that I don't have the greatest of vision, and I'm not the best nighttime driver. I never have been. I'm not a fan of poor visibility driving, but it is what it is, and I had to go pick up my son. But that's not what this story is about. I'm just trying to give you some information detailing the beginning of the story. Anyway, it's about 1 a.m, and my son needs me to pick him up from his friends. He's heavily intoxicated, and he has to be at work at 6 a.m. He figured it would be better to get at least some sleep than no sleep. So I'm on my way there. I probably have about 15 minutes till I get to him, when something huge steps onto the side of the road to my right. I didn't see it at first until my headlights hit it. The first thing I noticed was two glowing orange-yellow orbs, or so I would call them. Turns out they were eyes atop this massive dog werewolf-looking thing. I say thing because creature isn't the right word. It sounds too fictitious. I didn't see it move, but I just partially saw it standing there, and my headlights lit it up enough that I got kind of the details that I needed to see, just to determine what it was I was looking at. This thing full-on looked like somebody in a huge werewolf costume that stood about 8 to 9 feet tall. Its head, or whatever it was well above the height of my small sedan. I don't know if this was some clever prop that somebody stuck on the side of the road, but either way, it gave me the creeps, but I tried not to think too much about it. As I drove by it, I kind of tried to dismiss it. Like, did I really just see that? Is that really what was there? Or was I just seeing things? I mean, it looked pretty real, but again, I would like to just think that it was some sort of prop that somebody stuck there. I didn't see anything move, I didn't see it jump across the road. I just looked up and I saw my headlights hit its eyes. Which, God, I think back to that now, and I hope it was some smart reflectors stuck in the prop of some Hollywood object that somebody cleverly stuck out there in the trees to scare oncoming drivers. Because had that thing been real, I don't even want to go there. That's like going into my nightmares. Look, I know my story's not really that scary, and it's only mildly interesting at best, but it's the only weird thing I've ever had happen. It's the only sighting, I guess you could even call it a sighting, if really anything, that I could not explain what it was. I'd like to logically think and break it down to it being a Hollywood prop, but then I think about it. Who would set up a 9-foot-tall Hollywood werewolf prop on the side of a 2-lane highway? I don't know. After I picked up my son, I took a different road back to our house, so I didn't drive that same road again, so I wasn't able to see if it was there. And even though I have driven that road since, it was probably another 4 months until I would drive that same road again, in which that thing, or what I would assume to be the prop, was gone. But then again, that could have just been the fact that whoever put it there moved it. So really, I don't know what to believe. I want to believe that it was a prop and wasn't real, but I guess I can never be too sure. From what I saw, or the glimpse of what I saw, it looked pretty realistic. But then again, aren't props supposed to? I'm curious to see what you think. What do you believe that I saw that night? This experience was the only paranormal experience I've ever had. Probably the only one that I will ever have in my life, and was one of the 2 most spiritual and terrifying experiences I've ever had. I am 26 years old. This experience still scares me to this day, and I will never forget walking out of that forest that night, and I'll remember it for the rest of my life. I've looked all over the internet, and even Reddit, for encounters that were similar to ours, and I've only found a couple that seem possibly legit, and 2 that have correlations to our experiences. I'm already well aware of the whole Nightcrawler videos. I wasn't aware of the videos till a couple of years after our experience or encounter. I have seen the Fresno Nightcrawler videos many times. The movements looked way terrifying and psychedelic in real life compared to the videos, and it looked a lot more ghostly and spirit realm-like. It was visually stunning and haunting compared to the videos, and something that you would have to witness and experience for yourself. The one we saw stayed in the exact same spot the whole time we saw it. It did not walk anywhere like the ones in the videos, and there were some differences in appearances even. It was shaped like a Nightcrawler, and in person, it looked identical to what is seen in the ghosts of the Gettysburg video. I recently sent our experience and the drawing I did of the being to somebody that was First Nations on Instagram that lives in British Columbia, not far from me, and he knew what it was right away. He told me that the name of this being was in their language and showed me their culture's high status symbol, which was a double-headed serpent, shaped like a U with an additional double-headed serpent with horns in the back and the head. I was told to flip upside down because it represents the beings. I was told that you could see them in the daytime as well as night. A little bit of other information, and told me to make a specific burial offering of food. I did some recent research based off what he told me, and I found out that some of the other various names different First Nations culture call them Nightcrawlers. Here in British Columbia especially. I was also told by another First Nations person that lives in the same city as me, if you do go outside at night, don't eat or drink anything. Ask before you enter forests. It is best to keep your distance from them, and they haven't heard of too many other people encountering one. I showed an artist our experience and drawing, and they said, "We in our region know it to be a shapeshifter. You are lucky that it had no face, as we also know that to make eye contact with it would turn you into salt. Its origins start in a particular river here on the central coast, where it was created by a fisherman, who, upon spearing the fish, split it vertically from head towards the tail. The flesh inside was revealed to be a bright and shimmering rainbow of colors, and the supernatural creature was born. It's referenced in many stories throughout the 13 tribes of the Kwakwaka'wakw. The Sisodal is tied very closely to other similar creatures, but he is the center, the genesis of the warrior society, which is not to say it's restricted exclusively to those whom did physical battle. The Sisodal is indeed a power being, and if you cross it, you will find yourself in a bad spot. However, based on your description, it either didn't want to hurt you or may have been offering something. If you encounter it again, ask it what it wants. Gauge the situation. Feel it. If you truly feel it malicious, then by all means don't stick around. Take someone with you. Some entities are sly, and it may attempt to entice you into something unsavory. Back in 2010, in Fraser Valley, British Columbia, Canada, approximately in early October or mid-October when I was 16. I'm 26 years old now. My old friend lived in the northwest rural part of my city, which has a lot of forest area and farmland. His backyard has 5 acres of forest, with a few houses surrounded in the distance around the outskirts of the forest. Me and him would go explore the forest all the time because it was quite mythical and just a cool place to wander. This one time, me and my friend went outside to his forest with his black Labrador Retriever, like we usually do in the daytime. But this time at night in his backyard and forest, at about 1 a.m. to go explore and smoke a joint like usual, which we were sober at the time and didn't even go to smoking because of encountering the being and being terrified. We ended up smoking it inside his basement. There's a steep cliff made out of forest floor when you first walk in. It is only about 20 to 25 feet into the forest area from the entrance of the forest. When we were standing at the top of the cliff or ravine before the pathway leading down to the rest of the forest and the creek at the bottom, which was the only safe way to walk down, especially at night, I can see a 7 to 8 feet tall, pure white, soft-looking figure, and it was in between the trees, moving around softly, swaying left to right, back and forth slowly, standing, touching the forest floor, in the exact same place the whole time we saw it, making absolutely no sound, and there was absolutely no wind. I wasn't even going to say anything about the figure to my friend at first, because I was waiting for him to say something. We observed it for a couple of seconds in complete silence, and we were mesmerized by its movements. Then, I asked my friend if he saw it, and he said yeah, he could as well. We stood silent in fear as we were watching it do its strange, unsettling, soft swaying movements, trying to adjust our eyes to the being, and just to see what it was doing. As we continued watching it for a couple of minutes, I felt I was in a slight daze watching it sway, and I started to feel impending doom set in. The sinking feeling in my chest area, like when you're going to die or in a life-threatening situation. I had shivers going throughout my body. That's when I told my friend specifically that I don't like this. He agreed, and we left the area immediately. I wasn't so much scared of the sight of the being. I was more curious about the strange movements it was making and what it really looked like. I was scared of the feeling of death that it made me feel. I was frozen with fear, and I literally felt like I was going to die or something bad was going to happen. We left very quickly because we didn't know what it was. It scared us, and our intuition, or my feeling of dread and death, told us it was dangerous. We didn't want to go check out what it was, and I knew at the time that I was supposed to leave. I remember my friend yelling something at it because he could tell his dog was scared. I am entirely positive the dog was whimpering, and the being was just still swaying back and forth, left to right between the trees in the same exact spot. Almost immediately after we got out of the forest, left the entrance of the forest, which we were not far from, it felt like a huge weight had been finally lifted off my shoulders, and the feeling of dread left pretty much immediately. This supernatural being was just white, long limbs, and seemed to be at least 7 to 8 feet tall from where we were standing, which was roughly 40 feet away from us, below and around the pathway we would take down to the rest of the forest. It was not a trick of the mind or light. There was no light or moon shining in the forest, because at the time, it was filled with tall Douglas fir trees, cedar trees, and other miscellaneous vegetation, and the creature was downwards from us, deeper into the pitch-black forest. The forest also had various levelings due to its natural tearaway in the ground, and forest being on a hill or slant when you first walk in. It was not a spiderweb, fog, or any sort of garbage. We had gone back in the morning daylight and saw nothing out of the ordinary. This forest was in pristine condition because nobody would ever go into it. There were no houses close enough to give off any light or give off a shine through the trees, and the being was not seen through it, looked like it was almost solid, but it was very ghostly, spirit-looking as well. It was upside down and shaped weird. It had no facial features or head at all from what we could see in the dark. It was so white that it looked like it was almost shining, but it wasn't because it wasn't giving off any light or any sort of illuminating on the ground or the trees around it. You could see the shadow being cast while it was swaying in the pitch-black forest, like it was a real animal. It looked solid enough to the point to where you couldn't see through it at all. It was just solid white. It appeared to be three-dimensional. It looked soft and kind of shiny. It was just swaying left to right to left, with its two really long arms. It looked bulky, strong at the top, and the shoulder area especially, where a head would be, but there was no head that I could see. The two long arms and legs looked like the frontal view of an ape's forearms would look, like when they are crawling on all fours, as if the two long legs were hunched in front. The best way I can describe it is a 7 to 8 foot tall thin, separated curtains in the shape of an upside down V or U, touching the forest floor and swaying left to right, back and forth, in a specific motion with no sound at all. Absolutely no wind. Dead silence. Its movements were psychedelic and sort of hypnotizing. It was soft like Charlie's white spirit entering Peter's body after the attic scene from the Hereditary. Probably the most solid description I can give of what it looked like. It was making no sound at all while it was swaying. It was beautiful to look at and terrifying and unsettling all at the same time. That's why it was so astonishing. It was almost angelic. There was absolutely no sounds in the forest. It was dead silent while it was moving back and forth. Its movements could have been a lure of some sort, because it did not move towards us or anywhere. It was just letting us know to stay away, because it was scared to death as well, or just didn't want us to disturb it. It was literally something you would see in a science fiction horror movie. There is absolutely no animals in northern British Columbia, Canada, or the rest of Canada and the US that look close to what we saw. There are absolutely no animals that are 7 to 8 feet tall and stand on 2 legs. It did not have a body. Well, its 2 limbs and legs were its body. It was not an animal, and there is no possible way to debunk this. I have explored all the options of what it could have been. This was the first time we ever went out of his forest at night, and it was the last time we ever went into the forest at night. The 5 acres of forest is the biggest area of woods in that area. Around the area of town, it is mostly just a couple $1 million houses and farm and forest area. It is pretty much the green belt of my city. My friend has no neighbors that are close to the location because, as I said, his forest is 5 acres, with the closest neighbor being at least 3 blocks down the street on the right-hand side of the forest. To this day, the feeling that I had when I saw that being move still gives me the shivers. The fact that we went out to the forest at that time really late at night and happened to see that freaks me out as well, because it was clearly meant to be seen by us. If we went on any later or any sooner, we might have not seen it in the forest at all in that moment of time. I didn't have to point it out to my friend where the being was. He and I automatically saw it at the same time. I think the feeling of dread could have possibly been a warning to keep away from it, and that is why me and my friend left right away, without any hesitation. Again, this was my only paranormal experience that I've ever had. There were no other paranormal activity that I've experienced when I would go to my friend's house or on his property in his forest, besides the one experience encounter that I had. But now that I think back on hanging outside there and exploring the woods there was for sure something special about the whole location. I understand a lot of people are scared of these types of things, and they don't want to believe they exist, but would have had to be there yourself to understand what it looked like fully, to see the creeping movements in action, and feel what I felt. Seeing one of these beings up close was a spiritual experience that you need to experience and see for yourself, just so you can fully understand what it was like. We have scaled my friend's forest, including the area where we saw this supernatural being, at least 20 different times, different days beforehand, seeing it, and we went back the day after to the exact spot where we saw the being in the forest and noticed nothing out of the ordinary. We both knew that it was some sort of being, and it was something we shouldn't have been seeing or attempt to go up to. Here is my full description of this supernatural being, or what they call a Nightcrawler in native. 7 to 8 feet tall, pure white. And when I mean pure white, I mean paper bone white, not see-through. Just 2 pure white long limbs from what we could see in the dark. It was so white that it looked like it was almost giving off light, but it wasn't, because it was not shining or illuminating the trees or ground, and I'm pretty sure you could see shadow on it from it moving back and forth in the same place between the trees. It looked bulky and strong at the top of the shoulder area where a head would be, but again, there was no head that I could see. It looked solid and 3-dimensional. I can only describe it as a 7 to 8 feet tall, shiny separated curtains in the shape of an upside down V or U, with some sort of bulkiness or shape to the top half. The whole thing was swaying, touching the forest floor, right and left, back and forth, in a specific motion, with no sound at all. Absolutely no wind. Dead silent. The 2 long legs and arms almost looked like how if the front view of an ape crawling on all fours would look, as if the forearms were hunched in front. To my best estimate, it looked like the legs and arms were about 1-to-1 and half a feet wide, and the whole thing was about 4.5 feet wide from the top to bottom. I tried my best to squint my eyes and adjust them to the supernatural being and the dark better to see what it was doing, or if I could make out what it would look like better. But it did not help at all. It still just appeared as I described. I've included a drawing that you could look at to see exactly what I'm talking about. This story recollects what happened during the Navajo Nation fair season of 2015. My roommate and her boyfriend decided to head back to the res to take part in the festivities, rodeo, parade, and carnival. My roommate was the offspring of divorced parents and spent her teenage years half on the res in Window Rock, Arizona, with her mother and half with her father in Phoenix. She was raised a devout Catholic, even attending Catholic school. Nothing paranormal had ever occurred in her lifetime, up until this point. Her boyfriend was an urban Navajo who was a Christian, having been born and raised off the res in Phoenix, Arizona. I am declaring their religious ideologies and affiliations because neither of them believed in Navajo traditionalism or ghost stories. Late one evening, after both of them got off work, they decided to head out to make most of the 3-day fair weekend. My roommate had made prior accommodations with a good friend from high school. When my roommate was a young adult, her mother decided to move away from the res. If her mother still lived in Window Rock, she would have simply stayed there. The accommodations were as follows. Her good friend opted to stay at a close relative's and offered her 2-bedroom, 2-bath manufactured home, all at their disposal. The trailer was located off the road between St. Michael's and the first 4-way intersection. The first intersection past KTNN when you are headed south towards Window Rock from Summit. Many have called it the back road to St. Michael's. The old original township of St. Michael's, that is. As you can imagine, they arrived to their Navajo Fair B&B pretty late. The trailer was off to the right of the main highway and was situated at the foot of a large rolling hill. There was no streetlight. First order of business. My roommate calls her friends to let her know that they arrived safely. They walk up to the trailer and unlock the door and give themselves a tour of their accommodations. They turned on all lights in every room as they toured. My roommate had driven the entirety of the journey home, so she was a bit more fatigued than her partner. She asked him to go get the luggage from the car. They were driving a hatchback. The car was parked about 40 feet away. She explained to me that it had rained some weeks before, and the dirt road leading up to the house was wrecked. To avoid bottoming out, she parked on level ground. She walks into the guest room, and her boyfriend is already laid out on the bed. She pleads with him to go get the luggage, and most importantly, her makeup bag. So, that way she can remove her makeup before bed, and doesn't have to sleep with it on. She compromises with him that she'll go out with him if he does the heavy lifting. She doesn't want to put her heels back on, so she decides to watch him from the porch. Yes, heels. She worked at a bank and had always dressed professionally in a pantsuit and heels. So, she is standing on the top stairs of the small 3-stair porch with the front door slightly ajar, her hand on the doorknob. Her boyfriend walks off into the pitch black. The light from his phone serves as the only beacon of light signaling his location. As she watches his light grow dimmer and smaller in the distance, she hears what seems to be a pack of dogs howling and barking. She said it sounded like a rumble, a pack of feral reservation dogs or coyotes fighting. The pack of dogs comes barreling down the large hill just behind the trailer. She hears a loud thud against the back wall of the trailer. The thud was so loud, she heard the rattling of the picture frames that were hanging. At this point, fear begins to creep into her mind. She calls out for her boyfriend, but hears no response. She shouts for him once again. That's when she realizes the dogs have all gone silent. All at once, in a fluid succession of motions, she said that something from inside the trailer slammed the front door, so fast that it created a gust of wind. She said that if she hadn't been holding onto the doorknob, it would have knocked her off the landing of the front steps. the front porch light flickered and goes dead. She is standing there, barefoot in the darkness. She tried to open the door and retreat back into the trailer. She was able to turn the doorknob until it clicked. The door wasn't locked. Something heavy was pressed up against the flimsy, manufactured, hollow core door from the inside. At this point, she said she didn't realize that she was crying and at the brink of an anxiety attack. Adrenaline took over, and she began throwing herself and all of her weight against the door. She said that once she saw it inch open, and the light from inside flooded the doorway for a split second before it slammed shut in retaliation. Fight or flight? She decides to run barefoot into the darkness to find her boyfriend. This is his account. He leaves his girlfriend at the top of the front door steps as he walks off into the dark, with only his phone serving as a flashlight. He is being very careful where he steps, because the earth is turned and twisted and gnarled. Deep ruts and grooves form a vehicle driving in the mud before it hardens into a crust. He is afraid he might twist his ankle. He too hears the frenzied howls and barks of the dogs. He turns around to look at where the sounds are coming from. In the distance, he sees the faint light of the porch light go off. He rationalizes to himself that the dog's barking frightened his girlfriend, and in fear, she ran inside and unintentionally turned the porch light off. So, he continues walking in the direction of the car. He hears the thud of heavy footsteps behind him, mimicking his own stride. Not exactly in tune with his, following a split second after his own thud, almost echoing his own intentionally. Figuring it might be his frightened girlfriend running out to find him, he calls out to her, but to no avail. He sees a dim flicker in the distance, the light from his phone bouncing off the reflections of the taillights of the car. His body floods with relief. The relief, though, quickly drains to despair. His phone erratically dies. His heartbeat almost beats out of his chest. How could this be? He wasn't on his phone the entire time. It was fully charged. He takes a few urgent paces toward where the car was before the lights turned off. His palms are sweaty, and he swears he could feel his heartbeat pounding in his hands. Desperately, he reaches into his pockets for the car keys. He begins frantically pressing all the buttons, the lock, the unlock, panic, and open hatchback buttons. Nothing. He even stretches out his hand in the dark as he presses the buttons, thinking he is on the cusp of the electronic radius of the vehicle to respond. Still, nothing. The footsteps behind him hastened, and they almost sound like he is going to be charged from the back. He is too terrified to look back, and at this point, he realizes the dread he feels in the pit of his stomach. It means something is about to happen. Something unnatural. His shoulders drop, as if he instinctively braces for some sort of impact. The sound of the heavy footsteps would indicate that he should have been hit by now. Nothing. The footsteps loudly lead directly up to him, to his heels, and nothing. He opens his eyes. He hears something like a coin drop and hit the top of the car. He turns around to the patter of bare feet on the dirt road. His girlfriend charges into a full embrace, hugging him and burying her face into his chest. Mind you, his feet stay planted. He doesn't take one step forward or back. The car keys are still in his hand. His thumb presses down, a loud click, and the familiar sound of the hatchback automatically opening, and the light from inside the car quickly floods their immediate surroundings. They grab their luggage and the pair of flip-flops from the car and slowly make their way back to the trailer. Oddly, the front porch light is now on. My roommate makes her boyfriend go inside and check all the rooms before she goes back in. He opens the door with ease. He checks each room meticulously. There's no one inside. All the windows still locked from the inside. I have never retold this account to anybody, but I thought I would finally share before the time and life erases all details from my memory. Once in the safety of the trailer, her boyfriend pulled out the cell phone and it turned on to the same battery percentage. They corroborate their experience to recount what happened to each other. Both of them are dumbfounded at the fact that both of them were shouting at the top of their lungs for the other, one at a time, but neither of them said or heard the others yelling. Growing up on the res, you hear a fair share of skinwalker and ghost stories, but this was the first time I ever heard one where the perpetrator manipulated electronics to great extent, or even at all. It was also the first case where the perpetrator manipulated sound waves. Both of them swore that they were easily in earshot of each other, but weren't allowed to hear the other's cries. There were no structures or trees between them, obstructing any sound waves. He had heard the pack of dogs, but wasn't allowed to hear her screaming out for him. What also spurred me to share this was the massive amount of questioning. If they exist, why haven't they been filmed or caught on camera? Skinwalkers are just as modern as you and me. Wicked as much as they may be, they are not stupid and deal with smartphones and technological advances as much as anybody. They walk the world as normal people during the day. Around 5 p.m., I was driving down Highway 258 just to go to the store. We have had some recent flooding, so I was driving slower than normal and watching for deer. Along the way, I seen 2 different areas of deer. One had 3 that I could see. The other was at least 6. So on the way back from the store, I knew to slow down in those areas just in case. In one area, it was a rather sharp curve, and I had seen the most deer there. As I came up on the curb, I slowed down, and suddenly, something jumped out in front of my car. I'll call it a he from here out. He seemed to have been running from the pine tree line, and took what I would call a leap, out onto the road. Then he was gone. It was only 1, maybe 2 steps on the road to clear the entire road. I had slammed on the brakes and just sat there in awe, wondering if I really had seen what I did. He, or it, was standing on 2 legs, lots of fur, and what I would assume to be at least 8 foot tall. When he jumped in front of the car, he was about a car length in front of me. He looked to have had a large fish in his hand. I know how that sounds, but I swear, it was a long fish. My husband said it may have been a stick, but I'm a country girl, and I know my fish. His quote-unquote fur was longer than what a bear fur would be, and although he was dark brown, it had a reddish hue to it. The headlights gave us a good look at the color as it leapt across the road. There is a lake back behind where he was running, but he also jumped across to the right where those 6+ deer were standing. We are going back at first light to see if he left footprints. It's so muddy that I'm hoping to see some. We hear sounds out here almost nightly of what we describe as Bigfoot sounds, but I've honestly never thought they were out here. It is just sounds you can't describe, so we call it Bigfoot sounds. I've had several friends and family hear them, and one of them will not stay outside long out here because she's heard it so much. When I got home, my husband came to the door to help bring stuff in and ask what was wrong. I said the deer out here are bad, and he asked if I hit one. I said no, and he asked why I was shaking. I didn't realize my whole body was still shaking. I began telling him, and I had tears rolling down, heart pounding, and still shaking so bad. It really shook me up, so much. Not sure what else to say. It was one of the most amazing, yet scariest things I've ever seen. I know I will not sleep tonight, due to thinking about it and what exactly happened. I'm writing this because I think that I might have had a recent experience with a Bigfoot. I live in Springdale, Arkansas. Springdale is not very rugged as far as forest goes, but it can get pretty secluded in the right places. On October 10th, 2002, me and a friend set out on a trip to follow a creek just to see how far it goes, because I followed this creek when I was young. This creek goes through Springdale and winds in through Elm Springs, where there's nothing but dense trees on one side to the left and open fields to the right. Private property. Well, Elm Springs is not a big city, and you would never know the surroundings where I was, not unless you own the property. It was about 5 p.m. when I decided that it was time to try and get out of the creek and up on the bank. We had been walking about 2 hours in and out of the creek, and I decided that we could cover more ground on land before the sun went down. Now, I'm about 5'9", and I guess the creek bed must have been about 7 feet high, so I had my friend C hoist my foot up while I got my knee up high enough to pull myself up. Now, the original plan was to yank him up once on top, but looking back on it now, I realize how foolish this was, because I would have had to have been extremely strong, because I probably could have just barely have had touched his fingertips from way up there. But it didn't matter, because what I saw when I got up on my feet scared the crap out of me. The best way to explain it is just to tell you that my heart sunk, and I was extremely stunned. When I got to my feet, I was facing nothing but dense forest or woods. Something caught the corner of my eye, about, let's say, 75 to 100 yards off. Just before getting a good enough look at it, I could tell it was big and brown. Now, I've never seen a bear before out in the wild, so immediately, I started to panic. I took one quick look down and figured I would break every bone in my legs if I were to jump, for the water was maybe only a foot deep. With all of this happening in what I would say just about 2 seconds, and keep in mind, I haven't even been able to warn my friend yet of what I thought would be a charging bear, I looked back to see this thing, or whatever it was, walking extremely fast. It was then I noticed that this couldn't have been a bear. I got a clear look at it for just a second. I'll never forget what I saw that day. I remember its head, real long head. I guess you could say it was shaped kind of like an egg. I just know it wasn't like a human's. The eyes must have been dark, because I couldn't make them out. I didn't really notice a nose either, but there was so much hair that it was hard to make out anything except for the head. The biggest thing I'll never forget is the height and weight of this thing. It was so big, legs covered with hair, so massive that it had to be the biggest part of this thing, so wide, it had to have been as wide as a refrigerator. And comparing the legs to my legs, I would have to say that each leg made 2 sets of both of my legs. The shoulders were massive and could have been 3 feet or over from the shoulder to shoulder. I also remember how it walked. Besides taking extremely wide steps, it kind of walked with its front body slightly hunched over. I don't know, like somebody with bad posture. The height of this thing was astronomical. The tip of its head was in the treetops. Now, don't get me wrong, the trees weren't that tall, but they were at least 8 to 9 feet where the limbs started to curl out, and I remember the head was up there with them. There's no way I could have jumped and touched the limbs. They were just so high up. So I put whatever it was that I'd seen to be 8 to 9 feet tall. And looking back on it now, the frame could have easily held 500 to 600 pounds. The arms on it looked long, and they swayed back and forth heavily. I don't recall any odor or anything like that, for this thing was out of my view, and I'd say about 5, 6, 7 seconds. Now, I realized when I was getting up the creek bed, I had spooked the thing, because it sure didn't waste no time getting gone into the woods, and I was not about to follow it. So, with all this said, I asked my friend if he had heard anything, which he said no, just because of the running water. And I guess because he was down there, and I just said, "Man, I just seen a monster go into the woods." Of course, my facial features were very solemn and serious, but he still didn't believe me. I repeated this several times to him, and I guess he could tell by looking at my face I was serious. He later said that my face looked white and pale. With his help, I got down back into the creek, but it did take a few minutes, and even then, I wound up falling back in the creek. Luckily, I wasn't hurt, just wet and scared. The sun was setting, and we jogged and trampled our way back, never once darting to go back up on land. We talked and thought better of muttering such foolishness around, for fear of people thinking we were nuts. Truthfully, I don't even think he believes me. But putting myself in his shoes, I probably wouldn't either. But it doesn't matter. I know what I saw. So in closing, I have ruled out the possibility of a hoax. Why would somebody be out in the middle of nowhere in this kind of costume? How would they know we were even coming? And how do you account for the height and size? It was easily a foot taller than any human that I've ever seen. In fact, it was so tall, you can't even duplicate that kind of height. I hope somebody reads this and takes it seriously, because I don't know if I'll ever go into the woods again after this. At around 9 p.m. at night, I was standing outside my house in rural Washington County, Arkansas, right near the Madison County border. While standing there in the yard, I heard a noise from the woods north of my yard. 16 acres of my entire 24 acres of property were thickly wooded. It sounded like a hooting, a deep-throated howl coming from the tree line. This noise occurred about 3 times within a 15-second time frame. At the time, my wife had just left the property about 2 weeks prior, and I briefly considered the noise to be made by my grandfather, who happened to live next door. I shouted toward the tree line, "Hey, that's a good way for an old man to get shot." Afterwards, the hooting howl occurred twice more. My dogs, which are 2 coonhounds, a rat terrier, and a shepherd mutt, all bolted from the porch and headed to the tree line, barking and growling, as if they saw something. I ran to the house and grabbed my .22. Running out the front door and angling west along the tree line, I noticed my dogs dogging something along the woodline, with the brush and tree limbs thrashing about. I followed this thrashing line of brush, approximately 1,500 along the woodline in the pasture behind my house. As I tramped along, I realized that my dogs were still barking vehemently, yet they were still in the confines of the yard. I was alone along the tree line, with my brush thrashing guest in the dark. I paused and observed the continued limb thrashing progressing toward the west of the property. Also, during this run, I could hear thumping footsteps as if somebody were wearing heavy boots. In sudden realization of my potential vulnerability, I returned to my house, whereupon I immediately phoned my next-door grandparents. My grandmother answered the phone. I just told her that was really funny, and she asked me what. I told her of my theory of my granddad hiding in the woods just to scare me. She just told me, "Well, he's sitting right here. He ain't been out all night." Indeed, I spoke with him, and he certainly did not have the time to make it back to the house and decrease his rate of breath, 75 years of age within that time frame. I believe that I walked out of the house and disturbed an exploring Sasquatch. Who knows what it could have really been. August of 2017. Me and my son were fishing in a secluded creek. The creek is very shallow in spots, so in order to access it, you have to wade fish. We fished around a low water bridge for maybe an hour and decided to head upstream to the next deep hole of water, just over some shoals. I knew that around the bend of the creek where the deep hole was, there were lily pads, so I instructed my son to be very slow and quiet on our approach, so not to spook any bass that may be feeding around them. Once we made the bend, I observed what at first seemed to be a beaver, about 75 yards away from us upstream, where the water is deeper. It was headed towards some large rocks, but what seemed unusual about it was its shape. It was higher out of the water than any beaver or otter I've seen. The animal got close to the rocks and just stopped, about a foot or two away from the cluster of rocks just in the water. If I hadn't seen it moving to begin with, it would have blended in very well with the rocks. I noticed my son was watching it too, and asked, "What is that?" And I replied that I wasn't so sure, and that I made some racket with some cattle calls to maybe spook it onto the rocks, so we can get a better view of this thing. But what happened next still sends me into a mild state of fear, just recalling it. It started swimming back to the opposite bank and just stopped for about a second. Then it rose out of the water. Now, I know what I was looking at was massive, because the water in that part of the creek is chest deep, and I vividly recall seeing the daylight between its legs. It stood there, probably 3 seconds at most, but the image was forever burnt into my brain. It had a reddish tint to its fur, and massive arms that just hung to its sides, almost touching the water. I couldn't see any facial features because the sun was directly behind it. After what I felt was a stare down, it lunged toward the bank that it originally came from, which was an erosion bank, about 10 feet vertical wall, and it made it up using a tree about a foot diameter to pull itself with. Doing so, it pulled the tree, roots and all, down to the water. We heard it storming off in the thickets till we couldn't hear it anymore. My son and I wasted no time getting back to the truck. Haven't been back to that spot since. Now what I'm guessing is it was at the creek doing whatever it was doing, and we caught it by surprise. It mimicked a beaver trying not to be discovered. I always heard about these things and thought it to be something to see one. I wish now I hadn't seen it. It filled me with terror and excitement, but who can you tell? My son hardly talks about it, and I keep it all bottled up inside. My son's father and I came home from Oklahoma to the Buffalo National River area. I picked a waterfall out of my waterfall guidebook that we were going to find. We chose Hideout Hollow. When we pulled up to the parking area at the trailhead, we turned off the car. Our windows were down because we were both smoking a cigarette. At that time, I heard what sounded like if you were in the bathroom and you heard your dog sniffing under the door. I asked him in a whisper, "Did you hear that?" He said that sounded like heavy machinery off in the distance. I let it go because I was just grateful he acknowledged the sound. We started to head down the trail when I realized we left our hiking sticks in the car, so I ran to get them myself. I had a slightly creeped out feeling, but didn't worry about it too much because I could still see him the whole time. Once I got back to him, we started down the trail. We were just starting to round the corner that goes to the left when we heard a rustling in the trees to our left. We both stopped and stared and looked. We saw a huge figure running through the trees. I thought it was a man at first, until I realized it was totally covered in hair, medium chocolate brown in color. I remember seeing its arms in front of it, as if it were moving branches away to protect its face, and its hands were black. I whispered, "What was that?" And he whispered back that he had no idea. So I asked him if he wanted to go back. He nodded his head, yes, quickly. The direction it was going, it would have crossed the trail just around the curve. We turned around and started walking quickly back towards the car, both of us constantly looking over our shoulder behind us. I started asking questions to make sure we saw the same thing, and neither of us forgot. We agreed that it was on its hind legs. It was brown, and it was a lot bigger than us, and it was fast. Suddenly, something flew fast over our heads. A rock possibly, hitting leaves and branches. I turned and looked at my son's dad with a "what the heck" look on my face, and his eyes were huge. We ran the rest of the way to the car. I had never been so scared, and I wasn't sure we would make it back to the car. We immediately began second-guessing what we had just seen, suggesting maybe it was a bear, a deer, an elk, etc. I asked him if he's ever seen a bear run like that on its hind legs, or a deer or elk that dark running, that smooth. He said no. We went to the Tea Kettle Falls area, but I was just far too scared and anxious to get out of the car again, convinced whatever it was could have easily covered ground by then. A Google search once we had service said only black bears live in Arkansas, and I'm positive that what we saw was brown. I didn't notice any smells, but since we're talking, I also did not notice if it was quiet or if any birds were chirping. I know I have no desire to return to the area. I get sick to my stomach anytime I think about it. We had begun fishing along a slough a few weeks ago, and we had been catching some good fish along it. So we decided to clear out our own spot for camping sessions along its bank. The strange things began happening maybe a week ago now. We were night fishing along the bank when my friend Jacob spied something across the lake, looking at us. I pulled the Jeep up and shined the headlights across the lake, and he caught a glint of amber-like eyes staring at us. He and Jonathan, our other friend, said that the thing was massive, saying it could have went 8 to 9 feet tall easily. It was hunched over in a set of dead grass that stood pretty high up. It also had brown wavy fur, but other than that, I never got a good look at it, as it apparently fled before I could have laid eyes on it. Now, just last Friday, we all decided to go camping and ignore the previous encounter from that night. We set up late in the evening with the cloud skies rolling in. It rained on us a little bit, but we ignored the bad weather and even grilled some burgers over our open pit fire. Me and Jonathan eventually left Jacob alone while we went out and cut some more wood. After we left, my dog, who is actually a small dog, became really anxious, according to Jacob. It would bark and howl towards the woods surrounding us, then whimper and whine to my friend. Jacob said he felt like he was being watched, but didn't wish to ruin our camping trip. He also smelt an odor because the wind had happened to shift for a moment. He says the odor was like a very small, strong-smelling gym rat after a hard workout, but perhaps magnified by 10. We returned shortly after, and eventually, I took Jacob home because of his uneasiness. Jonathan and I stayed till about 1 a.m. when the encounter actually happened. We never saw anything though. Jonathan had been sawing down a small tree for more firewood when a loud whooping, moaning sound echoed just 30 feet behind us. The sound was unrecognizable as any animal we had ever heard, and we both spent many hours in the woods hunting together. He and I debated on the sound on the other side of the fire, nearest to the water, when it came again, and this time much louder and deeper, and it sounded even closer. I told him it was time to leave, as the hair on the back of our necks stood up. I pulled my dog out of the tent. The dog is usually very hyper and happy, but on this night, he cowered and refused to leave the sanctuary of the tent. Once out of the Jeep, he acted very quiet and sat in the back seat, unmoving. I was so afraid by this point that I clambered into the passenger seat instead of going around to the driver's side where the sound was heard. We took off and left all of our camping gear. The bad feelings we had seemed to disappear once we had left the area. We came back the next day with our camp in good order, still, but my tent, which had been zipped up at the time, was open. I looked for any sort of sign, but could not see anything other than the burger patties were missing. Also, had an old hoe we used to shovel up leaves, which was halfway burnt. It had broken on us the night, but we moved it well away from the fire. It was found near the fire and partially burnt. We also found what looked like a footprint near the area of the sound, but we could not really identify it. It was bigger than my foot though, and I were size 13s. Dear What Lurks Beneath, this is the first of letters that I plan to write you so that you can read it on your channel. I am incredibly grateful that you've given me the chance and the platform to share some of my experiences hunting the darker creatures of this world. I understand that you may not read this, but I'm happy just to even have the chance to get it out there. Honestly, thank you for that. Anyway, this is where it all begins. So, where to start? I have to say, I'm not very good with most technology, but my girlfriend is helping me out. Plus, I can write just fine, so I think this will work out alright. I suppose I'll start by introducing myself. My name is Sam White Owl. Not your usual name, I know, but I'm half Cherokee. So, there you have it. I'm a 47-year-old man, and let me tell you, I'm definitely feeling my age. Many people in my line of work don't make it this far, though, and I will always be grateful that I've been around as long as I have. Now, you might be wondering what exactly my aforementioned line of work is, and it's difficult to explain. I've never had to tell anyone quite like this, but I'm getting old, and I figured it's time that people should know. I am what is simply known as a hunter. Capital H. If you're thinking camouflage clothing, big rifles and deer stands, well, you're not terribly far off. In some cases, of course. I enjoyed that usual sort of hunting too, but I'm really talking about hunting. Other things. The things that inspire nightmares and make you scared of the dark. This world is home to things that many people don't believe in or understand. But in my culture, we've known about some of these creatures for millennia, and it's been my family's job for some time to deal with them. These things are what we know as cryptids, creatures, or more simply, monsters. The Hunters, capital H, are a worldwide organization dedicated to helping humanity coexist peacefully with monsters. It's not our job to keep these creatures secret or to hide them from you. In fact, I think most of the world like it if the modern world would just wake up and start acknowledging the fact that these creatures are real. Unfortunately, in most societies today, people simply don't listen to the old tales, and that makes a hunter's duties that much harder. But I do those duties nonetheless, because I believe it's the right thing to do. As a hunter, I live my life job to job, taking tasks where they come up, and traveling to different locations, dealing with monsters in each place. Sometimes, hunters are able to resolve things peacefully. Many monsters are not inherently aggressive, and can be reasoned with, or otherwise handled without bloodshed. I like these cases the best, because nobody gets hurt, and I walk away without a new set of scars. But other times, the situation gets violent, and hunters are forced to fight. And that's what we do best, if I'm being honest here. Many hunters are not as willing to take the diplomatic approach as I am, and when push comes to shove, we shove hard. We hunters are a fairly loose organization as far as these things go. We don't have a great deal of bureaucracy or restriction, which is nice, but can also be annoying when it comes to organizing things or getting resources. For example, there are some great custom weapon makers in the deep south of the United States, but they're tough to reach out without contacting them directly. It's not like we have hunter weapons depots stacked with their stuff, but it wouldn't be my job to get those weapons if they were readily available. That's because most hunters have a guide. A guide is somebody who liaisons with the hunter organization at large and sniffs out potential jobs and cases. My guy is an older guy named Sergio, who used to be a hunter on the ground himself before he started working as a guide. I think he was partnered with at least 2 other hunters before he came to me, which goes to show how short hunter careers can be sometimes. Anyway, that's enough logistics. If you'd like to know any more about me or my hunting in general, feel free to ask in the comments or however else. I'd be glad to give you more information. But right now, I'd like to talk more about what I suppose you're all here for. The monsters. I've heard lots of stories, both here and in other places online, about people's experiences with cryptids, and many of them seem quite true to my own experience and knowledge. I've hunted quite a lot of creatures in my time, and I've encountered pretty much all of the common North American monsters and cryptids. If you have any questions about any creatures in particular, be sure to let me know. I suppose I'll start talking about some specific monsters. This will be part survival guide, part personal account. I'll try to explain what each creature is, what it is not, and how to deal with it, before talking about my own personal experiences with it. If I haven't had any encounters of my own, then I'm sure I can find some testimonies from people who have. I've made a lot of friends and contacts in the hunters over the years, and I'm sure some of them would be happy to share their stories too. I know that there's lots of other people like myself who want the world to know and understand our side of the story. Anyway, let's get into it. I'll start with what is probably the most well-known cryptid of all. Sasquatch, aka Bigfoot. These guys are quite common, ranging all across the continental United States, from Canada to Alaska, all the way to Florida. They're also relatively peaceful as quote-unquote monsters, and this makes them one of the few most well-studied species. Us humans have known about and coexisted with Sasquatch for a very, very long time. My Cherokee ancestors and people of other native nations and tribes have legends and stories about Sasquatch that go back thousands of years, far before the European colonization of North America. And for the most part, humans and Sasquatch were able to get along peacefully. Like any interaction between intelligent species, there was the occasional conflict, though, and so my family has a long tradition of stopping violence between our two kinds, one way or another. Sasquatch are generally much like the pictures you have often seen. They look like ape men. Fully grown, they stand anywhere from 6 to 10 feet tall, and weigh anywhere from 300 to upwards of 1,000 pounds. They have a body structure that's very similar to that of a human, except with proportionally longer arms and proportionally larger hands and feet. They are covered in shaggy hair from head to toe, and from what I've seen, they have nearly as much range in their fur color as humans do with our own hair. Most Sasquatch have chocolate brown hair, but it's nearly as common for them to have gray or black fur. Some have reddish, while others almost have blonde or sandy colored hair. Rarely, Sasquatches can also be ash colored, almost white, although truly white hair on a Sasquatch only occurs when they're born albino, which can certainly happen. Geography seems to have some impact on color of the hair, but not necessarily the environment or climate. It seems to be more of a population-based thing. For example, take the Sasquatches of the southern and eastern Ohio, often called grassmen. They tend to have reddish-brown fur, and it's likely that their children will look the same. Like humans, Sasquatch hair grows on almost their entire bodies, save for the palms of their hands and the soles of their feet and parts of their faces. Sasquatch social structure is pretty fluid, just like with humans. Usually though, they're solitary creatures, unless they're siblings, bachelors, or a mated pair. But some make groups of up to 20 individuals, although it's very rare to see so many together. For the most part, you can expect to find Sasquatches either alone or in small groups of only a few. The physically strongest one tends to take the lead in groups, and as many, these tend to be older Sasquatches. They've had some time to get to know the land that they live on, where to find food, where humans live, good travel routes, and so on. They teach the younger generation these things and pass on their knowledge. Just like humans, other apes, and some other animals, they are able to teach other things. They're very intelligent, and I'd say they're almost as smart as humans, if not far smarter. I've been told about Sasquatch ever since I can remember, and because my family has been in the hunters for a long time, I learned about all sorts of cryptids and monsters as I grew up. My first personal experience with a Sasquatch wasn't until I was about 9 or 10 years old though. A long time ago, I know. First, a little background. My mother's side is the Cherokee one, and that side of my family comes from the Cherokee Nation in Oklahoma. My father's black, and he's from Washington State. I'm going to try and keep all the locations in my post relatively vague, both to protect people's privacy and keep the details of cases private. When my parents divorced, I was about 5 years old, and my mother gained full custody of me. So I grew up in Oklahoma with her, mainly. However, my dad would come and take me to Washington about twice or so a year. Although his side of the family wasn't involved with the hunters, they did enjoy regular old deer hunting, so they'd take me out into the woods every so often when I'd go up there, teaching me how to shoot and track and such. Both sides of my family taught me how to enjoy and respect nature, and I'll always be grateful to them for that. It was on one such trip that I first saw a Sasquatch. I won't give away the exact location, but it was in the eastern part of the state, in a densely wooded area. I was trekking along with my dad and grandfather, heading through a valley. The trees were mainly conifers, and I remember it being slightly overcast, but not too hot or too cold. It was just before noon, and I recall being hungry. Suddenly, we heard a knock, and we all stopped walking. Knocks, or tree knocks, are a sound that Sasquatch commonly use to communicate, by stripping the bark off a stick or a log, and then hitting it against a tree trunk. They make these knocking sounds that can carry for great distances through the woods. They use this sound like a person might use a shout, or might yell, "Hey!" The sound advertises the presence of the Sasquatch, and it's often a warning or a statement of power. This time, we heard one very distant knock, and then silence. And I remember my dad looking to my grandfather, and then taking my hand, starting forward again, moving more slowly. I spoke up, asking if that was a Sasquatch, and my dad answered that it probably was. After a minute or so, we heard another knock, closer and louder this time. And it seemed to be coming from a ridge to our left, and we all looked in that direction. Animals often like to have high ground in situations, and this was no different. There on the ridge above us stood a Sasquatch, slightly blocked from view behind some bushes, but still visible nonetheless. It was a male, judging by the broad shoulders and bulky frame, and if I had to estimate now, he was probably about 8 feet tall. Although maybe I'm not remembering correctly. He had dark red hair, almost brown fur, and was still carrying the stick he'd used to knock on the tree. His posture was neutral, neither threatened nor threatening. He just stood, watching us, with what seemed like a mixture of curiosity and wariness. My dad held his hands to indicate that he had no weapons, and then turned to me and my grandfather, indicating that we should go back the way we came. We hadn't caught anything that day, but that didn't bother me. I was elated. I had seen pictures and remnants of creatures before, but I hadn't seen a live one that I could remember. That was the first time I'd ever seen a monster alive and active, and I was so happy. I didn't feel scared, although I guess the Sasquatch's appearance was a bit intimidating. I don't think my father and grandfather were scared either. They just wanted to keep all of us safe, and so they decided to head back the way we came in order to let this creature be. For my mother's family, they knew about monsters and such and knew to respect their boundaries. Most people don't know or care about those boundaries, though, and when they cross them, things can get very ugly very fast. A few years later, when I was 13 or so, my mom began taking me with her on some of her less intensive cases to start teaching me the ropes of hunting. We went down to Florida on one of these trips in order to investigate sightings of a skunk ape. Skunk apes are not actually some weird hybrids between skunks and apes. That would certainly be an interesting and cool creature, but the truth is a bit less expecting and exciting than that. Skunk apes are just a subspecies of Sasquatch that inhabit the southeastern US, mainly Florida to Louisiana. The name comes from their smell, because, quite simply, they reek. Take the odor of rotten eggs and sulfur, combine them, and increase the power of the stench by about tenfold, and you'll start getting an idea of what skunk apes smell like. They're a bit smaller and lighter in color than most other Sasquatches, with a sort of mane of longer hair on their shoulders and necks. This particular case had been called in because a skunk ape had apparently mauled 2 people. They were brothers who'd been out hunting. They hadn't been killed, but they were severely injured with cracked ribs, fractured skulls, and internal bleeding, which had all been dealt with at a hospital they'd managed to get to. Both had talked about a man-sized ape coming out of the trees and beating them to within inches of their lives, but the official explanation was that a black bear had been responsible for the attack. This is the kind of willful ignorance that really gets to me. If there aren't even claw marks or bite marks on the victims, was it really a black bear? Their injuries were consistent with blunt force trauma, which is exactly what the fist of a Sasquatch will cause. Unfortunately, people just don't want to admit that. Anyway, my mom and I dealt with that case pretty quickly. The skunk ape was a lone female, and her home range was being converted into housing developments. The hunters had been local and were practically hunting in their own backyards. When they'd gotten too close to the skunk ape's nest, she'd lashed out, and even though she hadn't killed the men, she'd still proven herself to be a threat. My mother and I made the decision together that we weren't going to kill her. Instead, we'd tranquilize her and relocate her somewhere safer. Along with my mother's guide, a lady named Hannah, we were able to pinpoint a state park in Alabama where we hoped she'd be able to find a new life. The next day, my mom and I were able to track down the skunk ape and tranquilize her. My mom even let me take the shot. After she dropped, we called in one of the hunter relocation crews to pick her up and take her to her new home. It was a clean job with no bloodshed necessary. Well, besides the hunters, who were expected to make a full recovery. I love it when things work out that way, even though it is pretty rare that they do. If this first post goes over well, then maybe I'll tell you guys about some of the cases that weren't so clean, and the monsters that caused them. Most of the time with Sasquatches though, it's pretty simple, since they aren't inherently dangerous or aggressive, towards humans that is. It's usually enough to simply relocate them. There's plenty of empty space across North America, where we can take them to live out their lives without being afraid of humans or hurting them. This goes even for the largest, most aggressive Sasquatches too. One example of this would be a Sasquatch that I hunted back in 1994. I had only been working on my own for a little while at the time, but I had already handled some very tough and aggressive monsters. So when Sergio told me about a Sasquatch wreaking havoc in British Columbia, I figured I'd be more than able to handle it. When I arrived in the province, I immediately picked up a fresh lead on the Sasquatch. 3 people had been killed while camping in the mountains of a local national park. Though the hunters aren't directly part of any government agency, we still have badges and licenses for our organization, and those usually seem official enough to let us go where we need to go. This time, I showed my badge to some park rangers and policemen who were investigating the scene of the killings, and I was let through to examine the area. The 2 women and 1 man had died quickly, it seemed, and hadn't put up much of a fight. The Sasquatch had broken one of the women's necks, seemingly by grabbing onto her and throwing her into a tree. He had smashed in the heads of the other 2. It wasn't very messy, and I had seen much worse, but it was obviously not pleasant either. Luckily, the Sasquatch had left some prints nearby, and after I gathered my stuff, I headed off into the woods in search of it. The next day, I caught up to it at a small creek. This one was a huge male, definitely over 9 feet in height, with dark gray hair and a physique that would make any professional bodybuilder look twig thin in comparison. He was squatting by the creek, using his hands to scoop water into his mouth. I was downwind of him and slightly uphill, on a slight ridge that overlooked the creek. I was in a perfect position. I shot him with a tranquil dart in the side of his neck. Then he began to run some distance away along the ridgeline. I'd take a moment for the tranquilizer to work and didn't want him catching me in that time. The big guy let out a roar of surprise when I shot him. Just like other great creatures, Sasquatch make a variety of noises, and when they're in pain or angry, they give a loud, earth-shaking roar that you can feel in your chest. I hadn't hurt this one, but he was surprised enough to make an enraged bellow. I turned back to see him rise to his feet and take a step backwards, looking around for himself for the source of the dart. He saw me, took a few staggering steps towards me, and then collapsed onto his back with a loud thud. I called in a crew, and soon enough, they arrived to take him to the location I decided upon earlier, a nice safe area far away from human habitation. From my stories, you can hopefully see that these Sasquatches are not just mindless beasts. They have thoughts and feelings just like us, and for the most part, they just like to be left alone. This goes for a lot of creatures, especially ones that are not exactly predatory. If you come across a Sasquatch, it's usually best to just walk in the opposite direction. Don't run, point, flail around, or otherwise make yourself seem obvious or like a threat. Try not to make eye contact with the Sasquatch either. Just keep your head down and walk away, and you'll generally be just fine. They usually attack if they're starving, feel threatened, or if you're near their territory. Any other time, they're very peaceful and gentle and almost curious. If they charge you, you'll almost certainly have to defend yourself. Other animals will do mock or bluff charges to scare off potential foes, but I've never seen a Sasquatch do this personally. Once they charge, for me, they've always seemed to commit to it. You won't be able to outrun them either, so you'll probably wind up fighting. If you're expecting this kind of situation, it's usually best to bring some kind of rifle with high caliber, penetrating rounds. Sasquatch don't have very thick skin, but their hair can be thick, and it often acts as protection against projectiles. The hair around their faces and necks is thinner, and that's where you'll want to shoot. Just like a human, headshots are most effective. I've never had to kill one, but I know hunters who have, and they always say that it's unpleasant. Maybe because they feel that way that Sasquatches are so similar to humans. I'm just thankful I've never had to do it, even though I have had quite a few other unpleasant experiences. I'll tell you about some of those later, if you're interested. Anyway, I think this has been long enough. I'll certainly answer any questions that you ask, and if you want to hear about something in particular, just say so, and I'll see if I can fit it in. For now though, I think I've given you guys a fair bit to think about, so I'll be back soon. I wrote this on your page, but I wasn't sure if you would see it or not. So, sending it to you here. Hopefully, I have addressed this properly. People need to be aware that these things are real, and they are in the woods, and they are not natural. I don't know if they are government experiments, aliens. Some say demons, but I don't know. But this thing looked like an insect. I'm going to add a little here that I didn't add on your page, but I think it might be important. However, this may even make people even less inclined to believe me, so edit this as you see fit. Please include this letter with the story, but not my name or gender at the end. Thank you. I'm going to have to agree at this point about unknown entities in the woods. I saw something in the woods that I cannot explain. It looked and moved like a 6-foot praying mantis, and made this clicking screech as it followed me through the woods. No one believes me. My dogs were barking, snarling, whining, obviously terrified. I'm going to sell my property. I'm not going back into the woods. It was daytime. If it had been at night and my dogs hadn't been with me, I would probably be dead. I don't care who believes me or not. I'm 50, have cancer, and other people's opinions don't matter much to me anymore. Call it a demon if you wish. Call it an alien, a giant bug. All I know is that it was big, fast, loud, and it was not afraid of me. It was definitely stalking me. My chest hurts just writing this down. I didn't see it or hear it after I got in my truck. I just sat there paralyzed. I couldn't move. I see it almost every night in my dreams. I always go back looking for it, like it's calling me to it, beckoning me closer. Sometimes I stumble on it, and it's consuming a fresh killed deer or a hunter. Sometimes it is waiting for me, and lashes out with its stiletto-laden arms, piercing my body before I even have a chance to defend myself, before I even have a chance to scream. And each time I see it, how do I know what it is? It looks exactly like a praying mantis. There's just something different about its eyes, like they see into my soul, like no insect ever could. It knows you fear it. I think it knows how to follow me into my dreams. I'm wondering now if it can track me here, to my home in the city, through my dreams. I barely sleep anymore at night, and every time the dogs bark at night, I jump, adrenaline racing through my heart. I need to add this, even though it may cause some doubt to my story even more. I have owned this property in the Ozarks since the early 1990s. From time to time, I have allowed close friends and family members to hunt whitetail on the land. They have all been taken into confidence that a small family of Sasquatch lives on the 20 acres, and gifts must be left each time the land is hunted. Something simple like a fruit basket and chocolate. They love apples, and chocolate is the best. They always take the entire basket. Sometimes they will leave a bundle of sticks or nuts where the basket was. They never bother us, and we never bother them. That stopped in August or September of 2018. The basket was left untouched. I rarely ever heard them call out. Maybe 3 to 4 times in all those years, but after 2018, the woods became more and more silent. The deer hunts were rarely successful, and the elk that were ever seen in the areas were never seen on my land. Something was wrong. No wild boar tearing up the property either. Now, I can understand why. I'm sure you've gotten your fair share of crazy stories. In fact, I'm sure you probably get a lot of stories that kind of come off as crazy. And I hope that mine can be taken seriously, because I can't refute what has been happening to me. My name is Daniel, and I love exploring the woods and venturing around, especially here in the swamps of northern Florida. And I know this might seem crazy, but I feel like lately, when I've been going out, I feel like I've been stalked by something, if that even makes any sense. I don't have a thorough background in hunting or doing anything extravagant in the outdoors, but I just love being outside in nature, at least up until recently, until I saw whatever it is I would call what I saw. I know a lot of people would even call Bigfoot far-fetched, but what I saw just isn't even in the realm of reality close to that. What I saw was some sort of giant looking like insect thing. Maybe it was an alien. I don't know. The swamps are already a pretty desolate and creepy place. It's the bogs where you'd expect to find monsters and any other sort of dangerous animals. But I never would have expected to see what I saw that one night. I've been venturing off in the swamps for years now, ever since I really learned that I really enjoy it. There's just something about the hot mugginess of it all that I guess I just kind of am addicted to. And being up here in northern Florida, you encounter all sorts of stuff, like huge insects, snakes, and even alligators. But it's pretty easy to keep your distance from those things, even more considering you can generally see those things off in the distance. And rarely do I ever feel like I've gotten ambushed or gotten too close to where I would be potentially ambushed. But ever since quarantine has happened, I've been letting myself kind of get lost in the swamps, to not just escape, but escape reality, escape the world that we live in, to find myself in a place of so much beauty. And like I said before, I've never seen or ran into a Bigfoot ever, and I don't know if I believe in them. But what I ran into is something far more scarier, in my opinion. It all started when I began hearing this weird clicking noise. Sometimes it would appear as if it was directly behind me. Then other times, it would sound like it was all around me, top to bottom, 360 degrees, like some sort of swarm of insects that I couldn't swat away. It was very bizarre. The noise would just kind of come and go, and sometimes would change in volume and even pitch. Over time, it began to make me more and more uncomfortable. I soon realized I wasn't just hallucinating or having some sort of vision. I was experiencing a noise that was surrounding me that I couldn't identify. I couldn't pinpoint it to any specific animal until just a ways from me, directly in front of me, I saw these yellow eyes, is what I would call them. They were large. They didn't look like they were coming from an animal. The eyes were very close together, large, bulbous looking, and they kind of emanated a bright yellow glow. And that's when I was able to see the silhouette of what they were attached to. The head looked very much like a large insect head. Look, I know this sounds crazy, and I don't know if you'll believe me or not, but I'm telling you, this is what I saw. This head was maybe 30 to 40 feet away from me, and it looked larger than I was. My first instinct was I was either hallucinating or this was somebody in an elaborate insect costume or something. But as I looked at it, and as it looked into me, the clicking sound grew louder and louder, and I felt imminent danger, like if I stayed there any longer, I was going to die. Whatever this was, it was standing in the bog and the brush, and I couldn't see its body, but I could definitely see its head, and make out that it was something I'd never seen before, something I never even heard anybody talk about. Was this a Bigfoot? I don't think so. Last I checked, Bigfoots don't resemble an insect in any way, or at least so I think. After feeling like if I stuck around any longer, I would perish, I fled in fear, and I eventually made it back home. But the problem was I couldn't tell anybody what had happened. Even to those I knew who had had experiences out in the swamps and the woods with their own personal Bigfoot encounters, they would never believe anything like I just explained to you. This was something far different, and I don't even know what kind of animal you would classify it as. Whatever it is had large glowing yellow eyes and looked very insect-like, and was larger than me. Pretty sure that most would classify that as an alien or something. I don't know. This is all new to me because I never even believed in that stuff to begin with. And then I encountered this. For the record, this just happened a few weeks ago. I figured the best way to process what I had seen and what I encountered would be to sit down and write it out. Although I'll admit, I struggled for a long time on who do I even give it to? Who's going to read this and think I'm not crazy? So I'm kind of just doing this out of desperation, and I'm sending it to you and a few others in hopes that you won't call me crazy, and that maybe you can give me some information on what it is that I encountered exactly, or what I saw. Let me just say that I've been out in the swamps many times before, and I have never had this sort of experience, if you want to call it that. Look, I get that there are animals that we haven't yet discovered, and that whole unknown species thing going on that a lot of biologists like to throw around, but this just felt too ominous. I don't feel like this was an undiscovered animal. I felt like, I don't know. I'm sorry I'm tripping over my words here, even writing this down. I'm shaking just reliving this event. Just thinking about it and bringing me back to those moments, it's still really hard for me to relive, because, like I said earlier, it's so out of the realm of my reality, or most people's reality, I would say. Again, I have never heard of anything like this, nor have I ever heard anybody that I know of who's any sort of experienced outdoorsman or hunter talk anything about this. I don't expect you to have any answers or to really give me any closure to what I saw, but any information you could possibly give me would be much appreciated. After my freshman year of college, I got a summer job at a local restaurant in the town I attended school in. I had some issues with my family at the time that I don't really want nor have time to get into. But basically, I didn't want to go back home for the next 3 months. So, What appealed to me about the job was that the owner offered me to let me stay in a small apartment on the restaurant's second floor. It wasn't the fanciest thing in the world, but I knew it'd have to do. He just had a child, so he needed to upgrade. He moved into a house nearby, leaving the apartment vacant. He had wanted to rent it out, but was paranoid that any potential occupants would steal food from his kitchen or cause damage to his restaurant. So, in exchange for working there, as well as closing up at night, I'd get to have the upstairs apartment and food as needed. I was never paid actual cash, and in retrospect, I'm not sure how legal the whole thing was. But regardless, that was our deal. It was the 70s, so employers could get away with things like that. He even let me keep my tips, at least. I'd been working there for a few weeks when things began to take a turn for the strange. The window by my bed was right above the dumpster out back, and I was relaxing and reading a book. I heard something rummaging through it. I tried to look out the window to make out what it was, but I couldn't see anything past a few feet below me, as there weren't any lights on. My boss always insisted the building be completely dark before closing up shop for the night, as he claimed the lights being on attracted some drunkards that he was acquainted with. According to him, these drunkards would pound on the door and disturb the sleeping neighborhood before vomiting and urinating on the steps, and that it happened 3 times before. I remember smirking at the thought of my boss kicking himself if he knew what was apparently happening at that moment. I figured chances were that since the lights were off, a homeless dumpster diver used the darkness to conceal himself just so he could sneak into the dumpster and try and get a meal. Basically, there was no winning, lights on or off. Part of me wanted to just ignore the noises and let the presumed dumpster diver have their field day, but I assumed there would be one hell of a mess to clean up if I let them continue to rummage. So I went back downstairs and turned on the back light in an effort to scare them off. Then, tread my way back upstairs to check out the window to see if anybody was there. My plan had worked. The garbage thief took off. However, they left the lid open. I began to wonder if it was never closed in the first place, and if a raccoon had seized the opportunity to jump in. So I went back downstairs and outside, checked for any sign of animals or people, but there were none to be found. I closed the lid and went back inside, shutting off the light and going to sleep unbothered that night. Then, the next night, the same thing happened again. I made sure to double check the garbage lid was closed after cleaning up for the evening, so I knew at this point that the scavenger had to be a person. I was annoyed that the light turning on from last night wasn't enough for a warning for them to stay away. I flicked it back on, and this time, I didn't even bother to take the precaution of going up to my bedroom to see what was going on. Instead, I went to the kitchen to look out the window. There was once again nobody there. I forgot to turn the light back off, and my boss noticed it the following morning. He grilled me about it, to say the least. I told him about the dumpster diver who kept disturbing our garbage. He just grumbled about how many scare tactics would make the drunkards come out and cause even more problems. So, he slapped a padlock onto the garbage can and told me to lock it up at night, as I did with the building itself. So, I did. It wasn't long into the third evening that I hear the jingling of the padlock as the person tried to get in. I smiled, satisfied at my work that this wouldn't be a problem anymore. But then part of me felt bad. If this person was resorting to sorting through restaurant dumpsters every night in order to try and eat, they surely had to be in a very bad situation. It could have easily been me if I hadn't gotten my job. Although I was exhausted from waitressing and running errands all day, I decided to make a gesture and grab some extra food for the hungry person. I didn't turn on the light this time in order not to alarm them. Instead, I slowly opened the back door. There, I saw a man leaning over the side of the bin, seemingly searching for another way to open it. I tried to get his attention by calling out the word, "Sir?" when his head shot up and turned to look at me. I came to an awful discovery that it wasn't a man at all, I had no idea what it was. In fact, it looked almost like a giant ape man thing, mixed with a dog. It's bizarre. It had a humanoid body, large and stocky, something you'd expect from a lumberjack. However, its frame was bigger than I'd ever seen on a person. It had no bare skin, only jet black fur, with tufts sticking out from its limbs. Its head looked like that of a dog. No resemblance to a person was found. I gasped. I think I was too shocked to even scream. I dropped the food and dashed back inside, unsure of what to think. At this time, I was struggling with severe mental illness, which was a large part of what was causing the conflict in my family. I began to wonder in that moment if I had schizophrenia, as would anyone else who just saw a thing like that would. A stupid part of me wanted to confirm that it wasn't real, so I opened the door again, and once I looked outside again, both the food and the dog-man thing were gone. I started to form a headache, so I took an aspirin and went to bed. I woke up the next morning, debating whether or not my experience had just been a dream. I decided to tell one of the other staff members about it anyway, just to make conversation. He just shook his head and said things like this was a bad omen and I needed to pray more. It didn't make me feel better, to say the least. On the fourth night, I made sure the dumpster was locked and didn't bring out any additional food for whoever seeked to find it. I'd grown pretty used to hearing the clattering of the garbage at this point, so I finally just ignored it and tried to sleep. In a losing battle with convincing myself that the dogman wasn't actually there, I reassured myself that I was just a schizophrenic, and the noises I was hearing were just hallucinations too. I heard the back door shake, and then it was followed by what sounded like a frustrated screech. I could feel the adrenaline begin to pump through me. I knew I needed to call the cops. Still, just to be absolutely sure I wasn't seeing or hearing things, I summoned my wits and went back downstairs, checking out the back window one last time. This dog creature, whatever you want to call it, snapped its head towards me and let out a breath so close to the glass that it steamed up some of it. It then began loudly barking, or what I would call as a bark, and I screamed, jumping backwards, nearly stumbling over a mop that had been left sitting in a bucket. It took one of its claws, which I swore were as big as my face, and scratched against the glass slightly. Then, it did something horrifying. It looked me in the eyes and appeared to smirk. Then it slammed its other claw against it, causing the window to crack. It continued to howl and growl as I scrambled over to the phone on the wall, just so I could call the police. And I was so hysterical that looking back, I'm surprised they even understood what I was saying. After I got off the line, I sprinted back upstairs and plugged my ears, waiting until the cops arrived. I finally received a heavy knocking on my door, and the police announced their presence. I opened up. The female officer said she noticed a man in the back wandering around, but by the time she and her partner called him out, he sprinted back into the woods, faster than they could keep up. She said that she hoped they spooked him off and that he wouldn't return, but she mentioned something weird, that as soon as they called out to him, he ran away on all fours. And she didn't really say anything after that, but it left a chill down my spine. She recommended installing security cameras and to call them back if anything else happened. I only nodded as I listened to her speak. I didn't feel any safer after they left, just more defeated. I spoke to my boss the following morning about the security camera thing. As I mentioned, there was an intruder who tried to get into the window. Not exactly a lie. He shrugged, said it's happened before, and ultimately, the price of getting the system in place would cost more than repairing a broken window or two. He insisted that as long as somebody was there to scare them off, it was fine, that he'd successfully done it before. As politely as I could, I reminded him that I was just a tiny 19-year-old girl and not nearly as intimidating as him. He just shrugged and told me to call the cops if it ever happened again. At that point, I almost wished I was living at home, but the terms with my family were so bad that I doubted they'd ever take me back anyway. I was also broke as hell. I couldn't even afford staying anywhere else for the night, and because of my mental health issues, I hadn't made friends during college. I knew I was shit out of luck. So, the 5th evening, I began to leave out food again for this creature, hoping it wouldn't bother me, and maybe if I left out food, it would leave me alone. And it was a massive relief when nothing happened that night. To put it simply, that's how I spent most of my summer that year. This thing was hungry and wanted something to eat, I assume, and I needed to provide it something so it wouldn't take me as a meal instead. At least, this is all just assumptions, of course. I don't really know. Night after night, I kept putting food out, in hopes this thing wouldn't come knocking on my window, trying to get in. But the food was bad by the morning, so I just kept throwing it out. And once more, it was never touched at all, so I just stopped doing it altogether, and nothing ever really came of it. Part of me is still a little convinced that I hallucinated at least some of the thing, that my mentally ill brain mistook an intruder for this creature. After we reconciled around 5 years later, I told my family about it. I've also since told my story to my husband and children. Every single person I spoke to all said they'd never heard of such a thing, and that I must have just dreamed it. It wasn't until the internet started becoming a thing that I learned I wasn't alone, and I'm just glad I finally got to say my piece. I would come to later find out that the creature that I witnessed was indeed what's called a Dogman, and seems to originate from the Michigan-Wisconsin area. I don't know why it was where I was at, or what its purpose was, or why it was trying to get into that dumpster, but all I know is I'm glad I haven't seen it since. Alright, I need to get this out there and have somebody hear it before I might not be in a sane state of mind anymore. I need to get this down and have somebody tell me that I'm not going crazy. I need someone to tell me that what I'm about to say is completely rational and in no way is just me losing my mind. After what just happened, I may be losing my mind, but at least someone may be able to tell me after what had happened. Most people would lose their minds too. Just listen to my story and determine for yourself what this thing is, and tell me if you have seen it too. When I went out for a walk across my old campus, I know, we are in quarantine. I shouldn't be out at all. But if I stayed in that room for one more hour without a thing to do but kill fake tanks on my computer, I would have gone bonkers. I go to a small community college in northern Delaware. I have a dorm here that isn't quite large, but it's something. We have been kept in our dorms for so long that sometimes I forget what outside even looks like. We have a learning hospital on campus, so I try and stay inside most times so I can be away from the patients they are treating. I'm studying to become a civil engineer, so luckily they do not require my help with a needle. The only reason why I even venture outside at this point is to get groceries from a store nearby, because they close the cafeteria on campus. Anyway, I take walks outside when it seems clear to leave and there aren't many people. Usually, it's just after morning, sometime around 10 a.m. The campus is rather large for a community college, but I like that. It gives me time and space without being stuck in a small room 24/7. Did I mention I was claustrophobic? It became a regular thing for me to start taking these 10 a.m. walks. Through the campus, there were many trees and shade, so even in the summer heat, it was quite cool. Don't have time or a car, or just to go to the beach, so I make do with this. Connected to the campus, a little farther off the way of the main trails, there's a mountain pass, which is usually used by the hiking club, but extra activities were cut for us, so I could use the hiking trail freely with little to no people around. During my journeys up the mountain, I saw quite relaxing places to stop and rest. I can see why the hiking club would love to come up here. I found a natural cut into the mountain and followed it through. Two sides of the mountain face pressed together, but not towards the bottom. so I had space to squeeze through. On the other side, I discovered that there was a small natural spring that flowed down the mountain, and that's where it started. I was surrounded by an alcove that protected it from the dense heat and some of the humidity. I cupped my hands to the natural spring coming out of the rock face and let it fill up and sipped from the natural water. I coughed at the high mineral content and taste of dirt. Just because it was natural didn't mean it was fresh. The light was pouring in from where I slipped through. From the other side of the alcove, I noticed a small amount of light coming through the leaves of a tree covering from the other side. I sat towards one of the sides of the alcove to rest and to gather my thoughts about this place. For a short while, I was dozing off until something hit my face. I didn't see what it was, and I looked around confused. No one else was there but me, and just then, I got hit in the face again with a twig. I looked up, and above my head was either a squirrel or something throwing rocks and pebbles at me. I couldn't tell though. I couldn't tell through the leaves of the tree. I yelled at it, and I heard it scurry away off the tree. That is probably where it came to drink. I picked up my bag I had brought along with me and continued up the hiking trail to the top of the mountain. I checked my phone, and it said it was just past noon when I got to the top. The view was beautiful from up there. I realized that I had finished all my water, so I should head back down before the heat may have quite literally killed me. I stopped by the alcove that I found on the way down to get a quick drink from the spring before I headed back to my dorm because I was parched. I squeezed through the slight opening again and saw a half-eaten squirrel carcass lying just under the opening of where the tree was on the other side. Looks like that squirrel should have been nicer to me. I took a quick drink from the nasty natural water and looked back at the dismembered squirrel on the ground. Too bad though. Such a poor little thing. I looked up at the tree and saw something staring at me. When I looked at it, it scurried off. That's what must have been eating the squirrel, and it just dropped it here. When I got back to my dorm, it was droll as usual. A few online classes, a lab I had to do, and some extra assignments. About 7 hours later, I had finished all my classes and most of my homework. I decided I needed a break. I stepped outside my dorm and watched as the cars from the nearby freeway went back and forth, but not as many as there used to be, of course. One of the campus officers was walking around, and he told me to go back inside. I asked him why, and he said a campus curfew was put in place at 6 p.m. I apologized to him and told him that I just lost track of time. I went back to my dorm to finish my homework. It was 10 p.m. before I finished everything that I could for the night. I lay on my bed, staring out the half moon in the night sky, and fell asleep. The next morning, I was woken up by somebody knocking rather loudly at my door. Rubbing my eyes, I sauntered over to the door and opened it to find the same officer from last night. He was furious about something. He was going on about how he caught me last night and was grilling me on why I would ever do such a thing, especially to a campus security officer. I only heard about half of what he said when he pulled out a large bag and shoved it in my face. Rubbing my eyes again and seeing a little more clearly, I saw it was a clear bag with a dead squirrel in it. Not just any dead squirrel. The squirrel from yesterday. It had to be. I told him I'm sorry, but that wasn't me. And that's when I noticed there was a bloodstain on his shirt. Something or somebody had thrown that dead squirrel at him. I apologized that something like that happened to him, but reassured him that I had nothing to do with it. He rolled up the bag and stuffed it back in his pocket and steamed off without another word. It was 7:10 a.m., but I decided I was up and I might as well take my walk. I gathered my bag and decided to bring some snacks and bottled water along so I could stay out for a little longer, since I only had 2 classes that day. I put on comfortable hiking clothes and left for the mountain. Passing outside, there was a moist breeze in the wind that felt off. It smelled like the normal morning dew of the grass and trees, but it was different that morning. Somehow, it felt thicker than usual. I couldn't say how or why, but that's what it felt like. I made it up the first part of the mountain rather quickly and decided to take a short break when I managed to find the alcove again. It wasn't as bright as it was last time. I peeked inside and noticed something moderately large moving about in there. I know these mountains have had mountain lions before, but not for many years. It wasn't as big as a mountain lion though. Honestly, it looked to be the size of a young monkey. I know it wasn't that, of course. I mean, why would there be monkeys here? That's when it jumped, or flew up to the spot with the tree on the other side. So it was just some kind of large bird. A bald eagle maybe. Or possibly a hawk or vulture. Okay, it probably wasn't a vulture, but it was some kind of large bird. I waited to make sure it didn't come back, and that's when I peeked in and saw 3 squirrel carcasses. So it was a large bird that had a liking for squirrels, and a lot of them it seems. That must have been what I saw yesterday with the first squirrel. I laughed to myself. That must have been what happened to the cop too, when he had that squirrel thrown at him by the bird. I was determined to get to the very top of the mountain this time, and not just where the hiking trail went, but to the very top. I got my courage up and I climbed, and after about 12 minutes of climbing, I made it to the top. I set my bag down to breathe in the warm mountain air, satisfied that I had conquered my challenge. As I went to grab my bag, I tripped over loose rock and fell. I managed to catch myself, but I couldn't save my bag as it tumbled off the side to another area of the mountain. I cursed myself for being such a klutz sometimes, and regrettably, had to be careful climbing back down the rock. I made it down safely, but my bag was nowhere to be seen. Regrettably, I had lost all of my food and water, so I had to go back to that alcove and drink water from there before I headed back early. When I got there, I saw it was empty. Even the dead squirrels were gone. That bird must have come back for them after all. I drank some water and left the alcove. When I got back towards the beginning of the trail, I noticed a mangled backpack lying in a bush nearby. I thought that was odd since I hadn't fallen anywhere near here. I assumed somebody must have found it and left it here for me. It was mine. It took some damage from the fall and one of the straps was torn badly, but it was mine. I checked the bag to see if everything was in there, and was mortified by what I saw. Opening it fully, it revealed to have all my snacks and water that I had packed, but it was mixed in with 3 horribly mangled squirrels. Whatever or whoever was messing with me needed to stop. I ran to the nearest trash can and dumped out my whole bag and ran back to my dorm. Disgusted, I ran to the bathroom, turned on the shower, pulled my bag inside out, and left it there. I went to the sink and vomited a little as well. Trying to clear my head, I turned on my computer and received an email from each professor saying that they had canceled their classes for the day. Relieved, I went back to the bathroom and turned off the water to let my bag dry. Then, I fell to my bed and quickly fell asleep due to stress. When I woke up, it was 1 a.m. That's what my dresser clock had said, but that's not what had woken me up. I heard small thumps coming from my window. I turned the blinds open slightly to see what it was, and there were blood drippings trailing down my window. The thumping on my window stopped, and then continued coming from my door. I was crazed about whoever was trying to pull a prank on me, and I was determined that I was going to beat their ass too. The thumping continued as I peered through the peephole in my door, and I saw that bird thing walking away from my door, but I turned on the light for a better view. As the light came on, it turned to look at the door, and I saw what it was. The wings were not the wings of a bird, but a bat. It had a goat's head and hooves, and a forked tail from what I could tell. It was walking back and forth from the door, picking up the dead squirrels and throwing them at my door again. Over and over, it would throw 3 dead squirrels at my door, making distinct thudding sounds, walk over and pick them up, and throw them all over again. I had never seen a creature like this in my life, and the thing just looked freaky. The only thing I could possibly relate it to was what I had seen for depictions up in the north, what they call a Jersey devil, It looked exactly like the depictions, except much smaller. I gasped, trying to hold my breath so I wouldn't scream. I ran to my bed, grabbed my radio, and held it as if I were going to throw it. But the thing never came in. It did that for 3 hours straight before it flew away. But I couldn't leave my room. It comes back around the same time every night, throwing squirrels at my door for hours and then leaves. It was watching me. I don't know why it was, but it was. It did that for 5 nights straight. Then it stopped. I didn't leave my dorm for weeks, except for emergencies, but after 2 weeks of being held up in my dorm, I decided it was finally time to leave the campus and go back home. It has now been 4 weeks since I've seen that thing, and I pray to God I never see it again. So, was I really going crazy? Or has somebody else in the area seen this thing as well? What I saw, was it really a Jersey Devil? Or was this something else entirely? I was on a road trip with my mistress. I know what you're thinking. Dirty guy, but I've been unhappily married for 25 years, and I need a little fun when I work hard. My wife is a darn sour puss, and always puts me down. Allison, my secretary, treats me like I'm a king, and I sure as hell enjoy it. Anyway, I digress. Let me get back to what I'm writing about. As I said, I was on a road trip with my secretary Allison, whose last name I won't reveal, but she has never been to Los Angeles, so I wanted to take her to go see Hollywood, specifically the Hollywood sign. She's beautiful and deserves the world. I hope one day she makes it to Hollywood. She certainly has the talent. Anyway, we stopped at an old diner along the 425 freeway. It's pretty much desert out there, and the crickets are pretty much non-existent. I mean, you could hear a penny drop from a mile away. So as we're driving, Allison spots an old diner, the sort of place frequented by truck drivers and bums. Well, maybe not bums, but maybe old-timers desperate for conversation. I told her that we gotta eat somewhere good, but she just wanted a milkshake and was fine with the old diner thing. And I guess what my girl wants, she gets. So I pulled in, and as you can imagine, people are staring at my dark Range Rover, pulling into the dusty old dump. She went in to go get her milkshake. She sure would get guys gawking at her with how good her figure looked. I mean, like I said, she was gold. She sure knew how to make a man stare, and I was proud of her. So while she was doing that, I decided it was best to use the bathroom. And this place didn't even have a good indoor bathroom, but it just had a little cabin behind the diner. I walked back there, and my shoes clicking against the dry pebbles. The heat was just making my eyes tired and itchy, but I also felt tired and worn out from driving so much. So I went to open the door to the bathroom, and I heard a rustling from inside. I thought, shoot, there must be another person in there. But then the rustling stopped. At that moment, the door was kicked open, and I fell back, right onto my back. My suit was no doubt destroyed at this point, but there's no way I could continue standing. What I saw standing there in front of me terrified me to the core. It was a beast, or at least is the best I can describe it. It was large, and it towered over me. It had to have easily been 7 feet tall. Its face kind of reminded me that of a greyhound, or dog-like, and its body was dark and black. Its legs were strong, and it had rippling muscles all throughout its fur. But its eyes were the most horrifying, haunting part. They appeared bloodshot and glowed a dull red, and this thing looked at me, very menacingly. It scared the hell out of me. I'm not ashamed to admit that I pissed my pants right there in the baking heat. This thing howled at me, and I closed my eyes and prayed to my mother in heaven for protection. I began to think I had died and woke up in hell with this thing in front of me. This thing stepped closer and growled at me, ever so more aggressive. I thought it was going to rip me limb from limb. I clutched onto the dry earth, as if to squeeze the life out of the creature, but it didn't budge. This thing just stood there, growling at me, staring at me, into my soul. I began to think somebody must have spiked a drink, but I hadn't drank anything in the diner. This was real, and it was happening, clear as day. My legs seemed to get slightly stronger. This thing lowered its head, as if to look at me more carefully, and then in a flash of light, took off running. I didn't even see where it went. It was so incredibly fast. It just ran off into the distance and disappeared from sight. I was so terrified. My legs seemed to get slightly stronger, and perhaps my prayers were answered, and I got up and ran back to the car. Allison just looked at my pants and started laughing. But then she saw my face and got worried. I told her about what had happened, and as understanding as she was, she said that I had been driving for too long. I'm beginning to think this wasn't just a crazy dream or a horrible hallucination. Are you able to check the area and see if there have been other similar sightings at all? Because I know you're the monster guy, and even though I don't believe in monsters, what I saw that day, I don't know what else to call it, but a monster that's not supposed to exist. It's an emotional thing for me to even write about this experience that I had. I can already feel my hands shaking and nerves rising deep within my stomach, making me feel nauseous. I've been a resident of Ealing, London since I was a kid. I'm 46 now and have a successful career in public relations. Because my job is so stressful, I normally go for a walk every night at around 11 p.m. I know it sounds late for a woman to walk, but I've always been pretty steely and brave. I never felt unsafe as I always meet people walking, and I've never had any bad experiences in 20 years. I've never married, and I live alone with a small cat. Well, this experience happened just a few weeks ago, and I'm only now getting the strength to write about it. It was early November, and the weather was pleasant enough. It was dry, but there was a chill in the air. My grandmother used to say that November brought the falling of the leaves, and that is, November brings death. As I walked along the streets, they were oddly secluded. It seemed that not another soul was out. It made me feel irritably and incredibly cautious that something terrible was about to happen. You know that feeling you get in the pit of your stomach? That's the best way I can describe it. As I said, I'm pretty brave, but this just felt different. I began to feel an odd presence, as if I was walking into something terrible and deadly. I took a deep breath and kept walking, down a long, straight street with typical shops and pubs. There were a few shops open, but they were all oddly quiet and deserted. Usually, the pubs would be stuffed and have many people, but they were all secluded. I decided to keep walking because I was trying to lose a few pounds anyway before Christmas. A brisk pace, and I decided to go even a little faster to get back to my apartment quicker. I was walking past an old library that had closed years before. It gave me the creeps even looking in. They still had some old books and old furniture covered in dust, years of neglect. I remember going in there as a young girl, enjoying reading all sorts of books which took me to a new place. Maybe that's why I have such an active imagination, because I spent years crouched over a book, soaking up all the characters and imagining myself in the plot. Books take me to a different reality, and I love reading stories about witches, wizards, dragons, and other odd things. Well, that was before I encountered the following sighting. Up until then, I realized that such odd creatures only existed in the imaginations of writers. I would have thought somebody was a kook if they claimed to see a unicorn, a dragon, or even a Bigfoot. The library was now a dusty old building, but I can still remember being a little girl, curling up on the colorful carpet and listening to the librarian reading out a story about a mystical land where all sorts of creatures existed. The memory sends a shiver up my spine now. I kept walking briskly past the library when I looked around the corner and saw something that made my blood run cold. This figure was huge, maybe 6 or 7 feet tall, and had black fur all over its body. It was standing there, as if trying to conceal itself from the light. It opened up its mouth, revealing a huge set of teeth, razor sharp like a shark. The creature began moving towards me, and I briefly glanced around to see if anybody else was on the road. But no, I was all alone. Was this a bear? Surely not. This was a creature I had never seen before, but it looked angry and intent on destruction. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was terrified. The figure was ferocious and seemed angry. It resembled a wolf, but only larger, and stood up on 2 legs, more terrible and deadly than I could ever imagine. I was pretty sure that if it got up to me, it would annihilate me, tear out my insides and eat me. I became utterly aware of my humanity in that moment, my very weakness. I reached into my handbag. If only I had a gun, I could shoot this thing coming towards me. But of course, I didn't have a weapon. My eyes blinked several times to ensure that what I was seeing was real. This thing was slowly walking towards me. My hands were shaking unlike anything I have ever experienced. Besides, if I tell anybody or call anybody, they're going to think I'm insane. This was hands down the most bizarre and frightening thing I'd ever seen. I somehow was so scared that I was frozen in place, even though this beast was approaching me. My eyes were just utterly transfixed on the sight, and I tried to urge myself to resume running, but I just couldn't. Suddenly, this thing stopped in its tracks and opened its mouth even more, exposing its giant teeth. They were even sharper than I could have imagined. I thought I was about to die. This thing gave me an evil grimace. It's like it was letting me know that it was about to get me, and that I was just a little mouse and this was a killer cat. I don't know how or when, but at some point, in that moment, my legs began working, and I took off running as fast as I could, and I didn't stop until I got home. Even now, the encounter is hard for me to talk about, and has left me traumatized. I no longer go out walking at night, and I have never heard of such a bizarre instance here in London. I don't know. I decided to do some research in the time being, but I couldn't find much. I know that werewolves don't exist, but this thing, I guess, resembles kind of like that. I looked up some more things online, and came across your channel, based upon your thumbnails on your videos. I hate to say it myself, but I want to conclude that I saw one of these creatures myself. But everything I've heard on your channel says that they only exist in North America, so I really don't know. All I know is that was one nightmare of a night that I don't wish to relive. What do you think?